an ABF from Italy and Austria on 11 and 10 million, and then we start to go down. So we've got 4 players in good positions, quite a few big blinds, 1 short stack really, 14 big blinds, and just under 20 with our 2 Austrians in 7th and 8th. So this is a €200,000 championship, and we're down to the final 8 here in Bratislava. Our tournament director, Suze, is just making sure everyone knows what they're doing. And looks like we have our first hand, people. My name is JJ Hazan, and I'm very excited to be commentating on this final. A lot of Austrians. 3 Austrians in the final. 1 Italian, 1 Slovakian, only 1 local boy, Mr. Pavel. And, sorry, that's his first name, Pavel. And 1 French and 1 Greek. So a nice mix of people. Here we've got our first hand. We're going to see some a raise here from seat 5, Raphael. No, he's not in seat 5. King Jack offsuit from Michael, who's currently 3rd in chips. We've come back round to seat 1. Pavel folds the 2-3 suited, which is fair enough, despite him thinking about it. So first hand goes to one of our Austrian players, Michael, who, as I said earlier, make up 3 of the 8 finalists here at the Banco Casino. Now, for those that don't know, the HendonMob, this is the kind of final championships, have been running events all over. And the HendonMob is the main database that tracks all the poker players' results, and you can see when they cashed in what event. So, for instance, if you look me up on the HendonMob, JJ Hazan, Hazan, you'll get to see my record. Oh, hang on. Maybe you shouldn't do that. No, it's fine. You can have a look. And what these players could and should have done before this final table was to look each other up and find out who they should be steering clear of, maybe, and who they should be attacking. Most of these players are recreational players, so they may not have very strong HendonMob records. It's a nice raising hand on the button, King Queen offsuit. I think we'd probably see about 750 here. In fact, slightly under 650. The 2-point-X raise. Pavel again. Discretion, better part of valor. And our big blind, does he want to defend with his Queen 3? He's in bad shape against King Queen. Sometimes in the big blind, just let it go. Doesn't matter that your chip's in. Irrelevant. We got a hand as poor. Well, it's Queen 3 suited, so he may well want to have a look with a suited hand. We know he's a big dog against King Queen. And the King of Spades has a redraw if Romeo from Italy hits any kind of flush. Is he going to be more creative and re-raise? Certainly taking his time. I think we have a substantial re-raise. So he's putting Demetrios, he's putting him on a button raise, which means he's raising for the sake of it. It's a heck of a re-raise, 2.2 million. That's a very, very large re-raise. Now, King Queen could be in bad shape here if he feels that seat 2 has a kind of ace queen or ace king. So he has to make a decision. He may It's one of the shorter stacks. Started with 7.3 million. Another option he's got, of course, is to shove. Is to say, well, I don't believe you. I've got king, queen. It's not a button raise. It's a good hand. Let's see what you've got. That would be a very, very strong move, and would also lay down to the rest of the table that he's a tough player. My feeling is he's probably going to end up folding because he just doesn't know where he is. Never played him, never played against him. Yeah. It's a fantastic move there by Raphael in seat 2. French player. Just generally within Europe, the French in general are known to be more aggressive. And I don't know whether seat 8 took that into account. But it's a lovely play. He took his time and put out a very, very strong raise. And he's picked up a million pot at relatively low risk because C8 would have had to go all in. Now, we know he'd have probably taken it down and Raphael would have folded. But it's a great play there. Very good start to this final table. We don't usually see that, beginning of a final table. Lovely aggressive poker. He's already telling the dealer that he was a card short, so we have a table captain already. A French table captain, Capitaine Husny. That's an interesting hand. 4-3 suited. It's a hand I like to play. He's second in chips, Carmelo. Certainly could raise with that. Decided against it. And Dimitrios has a 10-3 offsuit. Here's a nice hand for Pavel in seat 1. Queen 10 suited on the button. Similar hand to our King Queen before. It's a strong hand and a good raising hand. So again, I'm expecting to see 650, 700 here. $625. Does 7-6 offsuit want to defend? The reason for defending is he's almost certainly live, so both that 7 and 6, if they hit, are likely to be winning. Plus, he has the straight possibilities. He doesn't want to hit the upper straight. Well, Queen 10 has hit the juice. Now, how's he going to play it? More importantly, so he's hit the absolute nuts on a rainbow board. Is he going to slow play this or just try and bet to show relative weakness? He was the original raiser. Yeah, I mean, our chip leader there with the 7-6 hit none of that board and can't do much about defending after the flop. Lovely hand there. What a shame. He's beating lots of other combos that could call him. King 9, Jack 9, Jack 10, King Queen. So he was in great shape. Had our chip leader, Mr. Saveshkish from Macedonia. Had he had any of that? Well, King Queen suited has just folded. Admittedly, slightly out of position, but it's a strange fold. Mr. Abramov with Ace Jack off suit makes a raise. It was one of our shorter stacks to start this. Was in 7th place. How is our aggressive Frenchman going to play this? Raphael, no, folds. Now we're on to our blinds. Chip leader, no good. Here's our payouts coming up. So 35,000 euros for first place, going down to 4,000 for the first player out. Nice spread there. There are also tickets for the Banco, the Casino Masters in a month's time. So now we have Raphael with a very strong hand, ace queen off suit in relative late position, being studied very closely by our chip leader. I think it's a min raise, 600. I'm pretty sure we're going to get at least a defense with Queen Jack. He may even want to raise back. He does indeed. It's going to get a bit of a surprise when it comes round. If our French player can re-raise with Queen 3 suited, I don't think he's going to have any problem raising with Ace Queen. There's no value in him calling here, so I see a 4-bet coming in. May even push, it's a possibility, because there's 1.9 million in. I could see an all-in here. And then I'm afraid our chip leader, our Macedonian chip leader, who's already put nearly 2 million into this pot, will pretty well have to fold. He's already shown a lot of strength in the previous hand. I think it's the right play with the amount of chips he has is to just push all in. And if he's unlucky enough to come up against ace queen or aces or kings, possibly queens, then he's unlucky. But okay, he's going for the it's almost, I think, a min raise. Looks like about 4 million. Yep. So he's min clicked the button raise there. I like this play. It's possibly a stronger play than going all in. And now our chip leader has a real problem. Yeah, he has to fold. Good play, sir. Good play. Certainly at this very early stage in the final table, he's playing the best poker of them all. Nothing wrong with the button raised there from the chip leader. He had a decent hand, and he, in effect, asked a big question, and he got an answer. Bit of banter on the table with people remembering each other from probably from previous days here, maybe from previous tournaments. So I did mention that what all these final table players also win is €170 seat to the Masters. I think it's in December or January. I'd need to look myself. Can't remember everything. Let's have a quick look. Yeah. So mid-January, 16th to the 23rd of January, 250,000 guaranteed Masters, always a popular event here in Bratislava, and that buy-in is €170. So they've already won a seat for that, and now we've got an interesting hand. Ace-Queen against Ace-Jack. Again, our chip leader, just a call. Wow. Okay. Very passive play. Don't particularly like that play, because the original raiser can now represent that he's hit or has an overpair to this board. He has a backdoor flush with the ace of diamonds, plus he's the chip leader. So he's certainly going to follow through. And now what do you do with your ace-queen? If you don't believe better, you certainly call or even raise. But he's obviously playing a more passive game. Carmelo from Italy. Quite a lot of split pot possibilities here. With an 8, a 3, the ace will play. The only way of taking this pot down is to bet it. 2.9 million in it. Checked. It's fine for... And the queen has hit. So he's going to feel comfortable. Does he want to check this and hope that our chip leader bets? Or will he just put in something like $1 million into the 3 million? He's got to feel he's winning. I think that's just under $1 million. Can't actually see. No, 1.4 million. So kind of value bet, probably a bit too strong. And I can't see a call here. May make a hero call, thinking his ace-jack is ahead. This is the advantage of being passive from Mr. Romeo. Because it's very hard for Mr. Savage to work out what he's actually got. Didn't really give him any information. So he may feel his ace-jack is good here. But I favour the fold. He's raised 3 or 4 hands now and had to fold every one. He's not going to be feeling particularly positive about the beginning stages of this final table. So there we saw a very passive line, a call, even called the raise with ace-queen. Worked out for him. However, if the queen doesn't hit, then I'd question the strategy, because he may not know what to do at that point, even though he may well have been winning. Ace-7 suited. Tricky hand because he's early position, but it is a suited ace. I would think we'd see a raise here from Pavel, who's our Slovakian local player. Nope. Very conservative play, I would say. Ace-2 folds. And everyone folds to the big blind, who probably doesn't... Oh no, we're on the button now, sorry. 10-8 offsuit. He's certainly a very tight player. Mikhail from Austria hasn't got out of line once. Now we have Carmelo, our Italian friend, with King Jack offsuit in the small blind. Should be raising here. However, he played the last one very passively. Raised to 800. What does David do here? Relatively short stacked, certainly compared to Carmelo. He has an ace. He's on the big blind. He's in position. And he just calls. Ace is still ahead, but our original raiser Carmelo should be following through here, and the a6 may well have to fold. I checked. Don't like this line. You're ceding position, you're showing weakness. Now the King Jack has got an up and down, much stronger. So if David hits his ace, that will give a straight to Carmelo. Is this going to be very passive again? It's an opportunity to be betting here because a lot of weakness has been shown, and there's 2 million in the pot, and David has only 5 million in front of him. Even though you're the shorter stack, at some point you've got to read what's going on the table. Now, I don't think King Jack will fold, but you're betting to then take it away on the river, depending on that river. Both checked. And now the ace plays. We have two pairs on board, and the ace is playing, but I think the way these two have played it is check, check. Well, you may be nodding your head, Mr. Romeo, but I'm afraid you gave that pot to him from almost the minute you played it. Once you've raised and you get that kind of flop, you've got to show strength and follow through. The ace-6 almost certainly would have folded at any point on the flop, on the turn, probably not on the river because of the two checks, but I think you take it down on either the flop or the turn there. You can't play scared poker in a final table, is my view, having made quite a few final tables myself. Even if you end up going out, all the money is at the top, so you have to play a final table to win. Simple. It's just so simple. The maths is simple. 34,000 up top, 4,000 down the bottom. And if you get in the top three, you're probably able to do a deal for about 20 to 25 each. So all the money is up the top. In fact, the first three places have 70,000. So, you know, that's nearly 23,000 each if they split that equally. And even if four players did a deal, they'd be getting a minimum of 20,000 each. So playing aggressively is very important. We've got an all-in with ace-8 suited from our short stack. we have any decisions? We've got the same hand unsuited with David, ace-8 offsuit. He's decided to fold. And our big blind, here's a pair. 2.6, it's half of his stack though. So is he going to call off with a small pair? He may well feel he's likely to be flipping, which he is, and he's decided against it. That's one of those 50-50s. There is no right or wrong way of playing that. There's our lovely Suze, sorting out all the boys. That's her main job. Just sorts all the boys out. We have a new dealer entering. Very smart, the dealers at Banco Casino. Always thought that. Very good dealers as well. When you think back at some of the record tournaments we've had here, let me see, what have we had? We've had I think 1 or 2 records were set. So the Polish Poker Championship, which we also have next week, had 4,000 entries, mainly because it's €100 buy-in for a 200,000 guaranteed. It's fantastic value. So 4,000 entries. And then the Winamax, which is a French platform, French online poker platform, had the largest prize pool in Bratislava ever of nearly €1 million. And the first $500,000 guaranteed tournament as well. So there were 3 really big records set by Banco Casino here in Bratislava. We've got ace-6 on the button, certainly going to see a raise. Problem with raising with ace-6, even on the button, if you get re-raised, very hard to call off your stack with just ace-6. Pretty sure. Oh, was he tempted? No. And now we have big blind. Jack-9, certainly a perfectly good hand to defend with. In fact, the Polish Poker Championship, day 1A, has already started. Talk about hard work. These guys work so hard. So that is €100 buy-in with a 250,000 guaranteed. It's incredible value. A lot of rebuys. People will be having 3 or 4 bullets and play quite a few day ones. That's why they're starting the day one so early, to make sure they can accommodate the 4,000 to 5,000 likely runners. I think there may well be more than 5,000, which will be another record. So the ace-6 has followed through. He was the original raiser, and I'm sure he'll take it down. Yeah, that's the way to play a raise. Mr. Romeo, who lost with his king-jack earlier against the player who followed through and won. Very good example there of why you would follow through. We have aces now in seat 4. He's in early position. Now, this is an interesting one, because if you push, you're not going to get much business. So I favour a raise here and hope that someone comes back at you. It's like, yeah, lovely. I think 600-700. You want someone to be calling or re-raising you. It's a very nice, cute play. 775. I like that very much. You're hoping that one of the bigger stacks has a hand and shoves on you, re-raises or even calls. At the moment, we're not seeing any hands. Nope, can't see Queen 3 doing much here. So is he going to get any action off the blinds? Not with the 9-4. He has to hope that our aggressive French player... Oh, how unfortunate. Almost like a bad beat when you have aces and you get no action at all. Is he going to show the aces? Nope. Keeps it close to his chest. Obviously, inside he'll be very disappointed. Like I say, he hasn't lost the pot, but with no other money coming in, when you have such a strong hand and you are a short stack, it almost feels like you've had a bad beat. That's how I think of it anyway. So we're back to the blinds again. Small blind, big blind. Well, he likes a suited painted card. Made a great play with Queen 3 of spades in the first few hands and took down a very good pot. Certainly see a call. And 10-9 offsuit, good value hand. No need to raise it here. Just have a look, see if you hit. Plays very well, 10-9. His hit is 9. There wasn't any raise from the small blind. He's unlikely to have an ace or a king, but he's playing it soft, just checking. Even less likely now to have an ace or king. Could be counterfeited. If a king comes, then the jack will play. So it's very passive. Nothing wrong with that. I think if Raphael bets, I think he'll certainly call. Interesting to see how much he bets though. 500, so it's half the pot. Just a pure bluff because he's shown weakness, but I think he'll call. Nice. Nothing wrong with the way he played that. If Raphael was going to make a move, he probably should have made that on the turn. It's a bit of an open hand there. Oh, spin and win. The Banco wheel. Spin and win 100,000 by turning a wheel. I don't believe that. Let me have a go. I like the sound of that. Spin a wheel for 100,000. Ace Queen now. Well, our Italian friend, last time he had it, he didn't re-raise from the Ace Jack original raise, but I'm certainly sure he's going to go about 750. Certainly going to raise here. He's got too many players behind him to play a 9-10 offsuit. So we're down to the blinds. May well get a call here from 7-9 suited. No, okay. Very nice hand. And again, 5-2 suited against a likely holding of two high cards is a perfectly good hand to call with. Unfortunately, though, He only has 3.8 million. If he raises, if he pushes here and makes a move, our Italian friend should snap him. Carmelo should snap him. So this is somewhere in between. Yeah, just a call. He really needs to hit big, and he hasn't. Got no spades, no real draw at all. Now, Carmelo didn't bet last time when he had the ace queen, very passive. He really should be betting here. He doesn't want there to be any trouble. Is it's a very wet board. There's straights there, there's flushes there. That's a good card for Carmelo, but it does allow Michael to make a play here. Carmelo has shown weakness again. Ah, good. I'm glad to see we've got some kind of bet. Yep, lovely. Should really be doing that on the flop. Find out where you are. If you get re-raised all in, then maybe you have to put down your ace queen. But I think the table will give him respect for having good hands when he raises, certainly, from what they've seen so far. I haven't seen many of his hands. I think that'll just be the feeling on the table, really. We've got a pair of eights for one of our shorter stacks. How does he play this? If you make a raise and get a call, I think that's probably a decent option. Is just get it all in. All 5 million. Someone has to have a premium hand to call. For his sake, I hope they haven't. Is our French friend thinking about this with the king 2 suited? Obviously, this must be something in France, having a paint and a low suited cards. Must be a thing. He can't re-raise. He can only call. Well, he can re-raise, but he's got double the 5.5 million. I mean, I certainly would be folding this. You're just not beating many hands. But he obviously thought about that quite seriously. Likes a suited, painted card. Now, ace 9, much more of a possible call. He folds as well. And I don't think we're going to get queen 9 calling. So if he had just raised to like 700,000 out of his 5.4 million, ace 9 certainly would have called, and perhaps even seat 5. So the push there is a perfectly valid push with the pair of eights. Here is the Polish Poker Championships that I'll be commentating on next Monday, the final table. 250,000 guaranteed for only €100 buy-in. That's just insane value. And that's why they've started day 1A so early, still part of a previous tournament, which is this one, the HendonMob Championship. Now we've got a similar position. We've got king, queen offsuit. He's probably just going to go for a normal raise here, 750 or so. Yep. Now, pair of tens. Very interesting how he plays this. Does he put maximum pressure on? Or maybe probably see a re-raise to about 2.2 million, something like that. He may decide to get it all in against a relative weaker player who doesn't want to risk all his stack. He's already put 12% of his stack in. We heard a raise. Let's see if my guess was anything like. So 1.8 million, I said 2.2. In effect, it's the same thing in terms of how he plays it. So now, a real decision. But Dimitrios, our Greek player, has a decision with his king, queen. He can't. Well, to be honest, he could call. He's getting 3.5 to 1 on his hand. He could call and get away from it still. Nothing wrong with that. But he folded the king, queen earlier on a raise, and I did expect him to fold there. So another nice raise by our French player, Raphael, certainly the most aggressive and the most competent looking player at the table at the moment. I really like the way he's played. Plus, he's a good-looking boy as well. I mean, it's just too many positives going on here. We'll have to find a fault with him at some point. Help me out here. Send a message on Facebook. Give me the dirt. Dish the dirt. I can't stand good-looking poker players that are also good. Oh, here we got a 10-9 suited. Poor old Dimitrios keeps having these hands where his stack doesn't quite fit with being able to make too many moves. A6 folds. Around to the button. And now we have small blind, big blind. Again, king jack in the small blind. He's had that a few hands ago. In fact, last round when he was on the small blind. And he raised to about 800 when he had it before. See what he does here. And there we have the raise. And a stare down. Well, this time is slightly bigger raise, but the blinds are up a bit. They're up to 150, 350 now. They were 153. 7-6 suited. Lovely hand again, but is it a hand you want to defend with? Yes, it is. Well done, sir. I like this defense. So it's costing him 500,000 to see a flop. It's a pretty good flop for 7-6 suited if you've put your opponent on a high hand. And we know how passively Carmelo plays, so I would see a check here. Unless he's got a different gear that I don't know about. He has. He's getting chips. Well done. Don't know how many. Very small bet. About 425 into 2.2 million. Yeah, wow. It's such a weak bet. But can David see it? It's just going to call. King Jack still has the lead. But David could take him off it with a strong raise on the turn. Or we might well get Carmelo may well check. He's certainly been quite passive so far. Like a strongish bet here. 1.4 million, something like that. Another small bet. A bit of verbal jousting here. I think that's 1.1 million. Job it is, David's has to hit a 5. It's a good bet. If you don't bet there, you're just giving so much ammunition to your opponent who's in position. So well done, Carmelo. Starting to change gears a bit. Nine-eight suited. Early position, but a perfectly good hand to be raising with. 725. Don't think Carmelo is going to call with Jack 9 off suit. Does our big blind have any kind of hand? Okay, pair of 2s. Many different ways of playing this. Problem with a call is you're really just set mining. You're just hoping to hit a 2, because whatever happens, you're going to have 2 or 3 overcards on the board which you haven't got. So you have to hit a 2. And now Pavel has hit the absolute. How does he get paid, though? This is how. Very good. Check, check. I like this. He's hoping that Demetrios has an ace. I think we'll probably see a bet now. And he's hoping he's got an ace. It's a nice small bet relative to the pot. 500,000 going into 2 million. He was the original raiser, so Demetrios may well be putting him on an ace. We know he's stronger than that. Problem with a pair of 2s is that you can be counterfeited. So if the 3 comes or the ace comes, your 2s don't play. So I don't like the call with 2s. I would always be re-raising or folding. And he has an effective stack of about 15 big blinds. So a re-raise there is very strong. And a 9-8 suited almost certainly will fold. And he's picked up 1 million chips, 15% of his stack, for very limited risk, because it's such a strong play. Don't like the call with 2s. This time, premium hand, got queens. He's moved up from 11 million to 14 million. Certainly would see a re-raise. So he's measured out 2, probably a little bit more coming in. When he has a premium hand, he certainly knows what to do with it. Just, I think it's slightly more than 2 million. Not that it makes much difference. And a lot of the hands can't. There's another raise by our initial chip leader, who will almost certainly have to fold. King Jack suited. It's a good hand. If he does shove, which I don't think he will, but if he does re-raise, then I think he may get a surprise. I don't think Carmelo's not a weak player, just a passive player. It's a different thing. Poker players smell weakness on the table, and he hasn't shown weakness. He just plays quite conservatively and passively, and that's a perfectly valid style. Sometimes I wish I had it as a style. Not known for my passive play. I'm more like our seat 2, Mr. Frenchman. Very good. He's saying I had a premium hand, and he did. So we now see a much more even run at the top. We've got 2 players on 15 million, and Raphael's just behind 13. Then we've got a couple in the middle, but 2, Dimitrios and Michael in with 12 bigs and 9 bigs. So if there's a raise, usually about 2.5 big blinds, and they have a playable hand and they want to play, they're probably going to have to shove. We saw the 8 Dimitrios shoved earlier, and that got through. Haven't seen the stats, but I feel our seat 5, the other Michael, has been played the least hands of everyone. I don't think Dimitrios is going to make a move here. Pavel was 6-4. Folds to the big blind. Nothing wrong with that. I think sometimes people, because they've got chips in, want to overplay their small blinds with kind of interesting type hands like 6-4 offsuit. I'd certainly want to play it if it was suited, but not if it was offsuit. Carmelo's only been getting hands. He's had King Jack a few times, King Queen, Queens, and now is in mid position with an Ace-4. Should be folding, yeah. Especially as he would have felt the might of David's Kings behind him. That's it. Nice nonchalant raise. Don't show your strength. Well done. Like this. Just hoping someone shoves on him. So he is a relative short stack. He had 12 big blinds. Certainly opens up. I don't think we're going to see anything cute with 2-4 offsuit. And has our big blind got a defense? Not really. He's not had a very good run. Every time he's raised, he's been re-raised, or someone has a better hand. I think he's only won 1 out of his kind of 10 hands played. I haven't got the stats in front of me, but just on memory, he's Our Macedonian friend, who's now on 15 million, started with 19. So he's bled away a bit through no fault of his own, just decent hands that got bettered or out of position, that kind of thing. But he's not run very well. Maybe his luck will turn. He didn't get all those chips through the tournament for no reason. Wow, Jack 10 suited, no, not raising. This Michael, our Austrian friend in seat 5, is very, very solid. I can't resist a raise with Jack 10 suited. Now here's again the twos. Fold or shove. There's no other move here. You can't just raise with it and then get called, and then you see a flop. This is a real learning point here for everyone. There's only one way of playing twos if you're going to play them, and that is all in with his short stack. He's only got 12 big blinds. Yep, there he goes. I mean, they don't know he's got twos, and it's still a pair. So if he does get called, someone has to beat that hand. So 2 more players to get through. Certainly get through the small blind. Does the big blind have anything? Who also is a relatively short stacked, very short stacked. That's the right way. Well done. He must have been listening to the commentary half an hour ago when he had twos and just raised, and then had no idea where he was. Well played, sir. Dimitrios, similar position with this time with ace 10 suited. If he's going to play it, it's really a shove. And he's got to hope no one wakes up with ace king behind him. May raise, but much better to raise with this hand than the twos. Very small raise, 725, so that's just over the 2x. Going to see a fold here. And again, if he gets re-raised and he's got ace 10 suited, what does he do? Does he call? He's folded king queen twice already to a re-raise. That's the problem with having with raising with this hand. And here's the tightest player on the table. Unfortunately, doesn't have a hand. Unfortunately for him. So I don't mind that raise with ace 10 suited, but you have to think forward. What will I do if someone re-raises me? Depending on who that is, of course. So you never make a play without thinking through what you're going to have. Here's the interesting one. So our Italian friend is up 4.4 million from the start, and Raphael 3.4, and David 1.6. All the rest are down, with our initial chip leader down the highest. He's lost 5 million from the start. Thank you for those graphics, guys. Very helpful. That is in line with what I was saying earlier. I do like Dimitrios's hat. Might have to borrow that from him at some point. Let's see if any of my Banco Casino friendly staff will ask if I can have it. As people know, who know me, I'm known for wearing my hats, and I do like his one. Now here's a perfectly good raise with Jack 10 suited. It's a nice hand in late position. We see 800,000 raise. Now, King Jack. Are we going to make a stand with King Jack? If he does, I think he'll go all in. If he does play this, I don't know. He's got 9.5 million. He can just call and have a look. Yeah. Nothing wrong with that. And Carmelo also has a very playable hand with Queen 9 suited. No need to get too frisky, and he's quite passive, as I mentioned before. So I see a flat call here as well. Let's see a flop. Yeah. So it's 3 to a flop. First time we've had that for a while. They've all got similar kind of hands. And Michael has hit this the best. Interesting. Checking his option. He's hoping one of the others bet. The only one that may bet is Mr. Zaveski, as he was the original raiser. And I think pretty sure he's going to get a call. It's got a weak bet, 700. Into 2.8 million. Yeah, certainly a call, and I think we'll see a fold from Carmelo. Now, that certainly improved the Jack 10 suited, but he's going to get called if he bets, and he probably knows that, so he may be better off seeing a free card. If he bets, he's going to get called or raised, which is means he actually could have a large amount of his stack at risk. He's already been called. He's likely to have been called by a better hand. He's still betting. Wow, 2 million, I think. So it's about half the pot. I think Michael's pretty sure he's ahead with his king. He is against the original raiser, so the king, queen, the ace, king are certainly possibilities. I just don't know him well enough to know what he's thinking. Is he going to call? The problem is, if he does call the 2 million, then he's fairly committed to this pot. Yep, he's pushing. Very good. Excellent play. He's putting all the pressure back on Mr. Zaveski, who now only has a flush draw and folds. Wow, very well played. Pretty well. One of the first hands he's played, and he's picked up 4.7 million chips. He's increased his stack some 40% with the one hand he's played. And that's a really very, very good way of playing a final table. Just solid, solid, solid. There's two reasons. One, you're not in difficult positions because you're not in any positions because you're not playing many hands. And the other one is when you play and when you make strong moves like a push all in there on the turn, you get maximum respect. Now, he was winning, and I think he knew he was, but it's still a really good play because there were quite a few draws there. There was flush draws, straight draws, all sorts coming there. Now, Demetrios has tens. Does he do his 8-900 raise, or does he push? It's very early position. That's the one problem with this hand here. Looks like a hunter. What's the Greek god of hunting? Looks like he's measuring a kind of normal type raise, 750 by the look of it. Now, he will call a re-raise for sure, or an all-in with a pair of tens. He's not folding them. So nothing wrong with raising here if you're going to call. The problem with raising with the twos earlier is it's very hard to call if you get raised. So I like this raise here. Does the big blind have anything? David looks down, sees king 9. May want to play it. Doesn't play that badly, king 9. Already got 350 in the pot. So it's only costing him 400 into 1.6. He's getting 4 to 1 on his money. I don't think he'll do anything else. Okay, fold. It's, again, no right or wrong with that. It's just how you feel at the time. He knows he's losing. It's pretty well all you can say there. So nothing wrong with folding that. And nothing wrong with calling and seeing a flop either. And Carmelo with a pair of 4s on the button. Should be raising this. Again, what he's thinking is similar to the 2s, although I don't know what it is about 4s and 6s. Always seem to hit sets. So if Demetrios... So David actually has king, queen. So he's pushed all in with 14 million. Wow. Does David go for it? King, queen offsuit. He's got 6.4 million. It's an interesting play by Carmelo. It's the first time we've seen him push. Most people have folded king, queen to raises, and he folds there. And does Demetrios up at hand? No, he doesn't. So he's going to be folding as well. Bit of posturing going on. Looks like we're going to be going into a break, guys. So, took that down with a pair of 4s. We will see you in 15 or 20 minutes' time. Not sure which. And all the players are on a break. Carmelo has increased his stack significantly, as Rafael has. Most of the others have lost. 15 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to this final table of the HendonMob Championship. And like I said earlier, while we wait for the first hand to be dealt, it's also day 1A of the Polish Poker Championship, which is only €100 buy-in for 250,000 guaranteed. You get 40,000 chips and 30-minute blinds, so it's a very smooth, comfortable structure. In fact, if you're in the other part of Slovakia, in Košice, the second largest city, Banco Casino also have a branch there, and they'll be having 2 flights on Wednesday and Thursday. So that's an amazing value tournament. That's day 1A has started already and goes through the week with the final table, final day next Monday. Right, here we go. Back from the break. We've lost no one at the moment. The short stacks have all held their own. The main loser was the chip leader at the beginning of the tournament. He's down some 5.5 million from the original 19. Michael has decided he wants to play a few more hands than he did in the first period. So in late-ish position, he's raised with ace-5. He'll get a lot of respect as he's only played 2 hands in the first hour and a half, 2 hours. I'll see a fold here. So blinds are now 200, 400. And that raise from Michael, one of our 3 Austrian finalists. Of course, Austria is very near Slovakia. It's just north. You can fly into Vienna, and within 30 to 45 minutes, you'll be at the Banco Casino. A taxi only costs you 50, 60 euros, which if you're sharing with 2 or 3 others is fine. And you can get a bus, a Flixbus, for 5 or 6 euros. And then it will go straight from the airport to the bus station in Bratislava. So here we got an early raise with King Jack suited from our initial chip leader, our Macedonian friend, Mr. Savetsky. Unfortunately, he's come across another stronger hand. Carmelo, who has moved from an initial 11 million to 15, has ace-jack offsuit. I'm pretty sure we're going to see a re-raise. Something like 2.2 million. Wow. Okay. You learn something every day about this game. Folding ace-jack in late position to an early raise. Okay. It's not an awful fold because he could be dominated and it was an early raise, so he's repping a stronger hand than King Jack suited. Here we have the second hand after the break. Seat 1 is on the button. This time Michael not raising with a lowish ace. Demetrios takes the same time whether he's going to play a hand or fold a hand. It's not a bad strategy. It means it's quite hard to work out whether how strong he is. And now we have small blind, big blind. Now, I can't see Raphael folding king 9 in the small blind. At least protect it, if not make a small raise. Again, getting the stare down from Mr. Savetsky. It's a raise, I think. Perfectly good hand to defend with. Queen 10 suited. No, sorry, it's just a call. My bad. So we've got 2 to the flop. Small blind and big blind action. And Mr. Savetsky has hit this pretty well with 2 clubs. Queen 10 on an ace 4-4 board. He's only actually losing to an ace, really. So I think he'll be betting this. Very small bet, just a big blind. However, Raphael may feel that his king 9 is not strong enough to protect. Big blind could have a 4. Big blind special. 4-6, bang. If Raphael is the player I think he is, I think he'll fold this. Nope, it's coming in for a raise. I love it. He's smelling weakness and he's pouncing. He doesn't have a weak hand. He has a pretty good flush draw and overcards to the 4. And even if Raphael has an ace, and he didn't raise pre-flop, so he's unlikely to have an ace. So we're going to peel here. He's looking for a club, though. And Raphael will follow through. 10 is a very good card for him. He's now got the flush draw and the 2 pairs. So he's only losing to an ace. And I don't think Raphael has represented the ace well enough with his flat call pre-flop. I think a bet here of 2 million, 2.2 million would be the right play. And if he's raised, he has to decide. And he's hit his flush, beautiful. He must know he's ahead now. Will Raphael make a stab at it? That's the advantage of the check on the turn. By, I think it's Elijah. Elijah. Biblical name. He is going to make a stab, and I think he's either going to get raised or snapped. Wow, it's a big bet. Raphael's aggression getting the better of him. And finally, Elijah, just a call. So quite a strong bet there. And that was actually a 10 million pot that got up to. Elijah's aggression getting the better of him. And don't want to say I advised you to fold in the first place, matey. But that was the right play, especially on that flop. It just had nothing to do with it. And Mr. Savetsky is probably back to where he started. So he's won 5 million in that pot, which is roughly what he lost in the first place. So fantastic pot, largest pot of the final table anyway, maybe even of the tournament so far. So 10 million is a lot, considering there's only 75 million chips in play. So a significant pot. We're going to see a raise from Carmelo with this ace-4 offsuit. Relatively early position, though. The book says don't, but we'll see what he does. Who reads books anyway? Haven't really seen much from seat 1, Pavel. He's really had very little to play with. Or he's had things like ace-9 out of position, that kind of thing. And we have an all-in. First time his chips across the line with king, queen. I assume we've got a snap call because he's already put $1 million in. So pot is 4.5 million. The king queen is at risk, needs to hit, otherwise Michael will leave with just over 4,000 euros. Not a good start. Doesn't really affect it though. He still needs to hit a king or a queen. And one final card to go. About 10% to hit 6 cards. Nope. So we lose our first player. Austrian Michael, who didn't play many hands. Very passive, really. And he takes 4,164 euros. So not bad for 2 or 3 days' work. But no one likes to be first out on a final table. They've all moved around a bit of elbow room, but they still need to put their cards in the boxes, in the card readers, so we can all see the cards they have. Of course, we are in a 30-minute delay, so even I do not know what has happened in real time, i.e. 30 minutes ago. So that way none of the players can get information except from 30 minutes ago. And I'm sure in their break they'd have been talking to their friends who are watching and getting information. Well, they could just listen to me and find out what's going on. Except they would have to listen to a recording. Right. So we are now down to 7. Our next payout is 5,689 euros. I don't think Pavel will go far with Queen 9 offsuit. Seems a very solid player. Of course, that means he'll raise. As soon as I say he won't do anything, he'll do the opposite. Oh, I was right. So up to 16 million now. He's got ace queen on the button. Very good hand in the right position. We'll see a raise to $1 million. 2.5 raise. Bit of posturing from Michael. And shows the ace queen. Demetrius may have a decision here. He's still got 15 big blinds. A little bit more maybe. But he's out of position with a low ace is not the best choice. Or Pavel. Just not seeing any hands at the moment. His body language is getting lower and lower. Still has 8 million chips in front of him though, which is a good 20 big blinds. More than playable. And more confident chip leader now raises with ace-8 suited. And what does Carmelo have in the big blind? Got 500 already in, so it only cost him 500 to call. Getting 4-1 on his money. Can't see his hand at the moment, but he obviously has some kind of decision. I wonder if it's the king-queen again. Just trying to get information on his stack. They're very similar stacked. Carmelo is now the chip leader, actually, with 17.5 million. Now he's got a hand he feels he can peel out of position. We can't see it, but I'm guessing king-queen. Possibly ace-jack. He did fold ace-jack earlier to a raise. Right, this is where we have to guess. Could have a pair, 7s, 8s. It's a pretty good card for our initial raiser. He's only got an 8 kicker, but he has hit the ace. Good check, nothing wrong with that. Now Carmelo, if he hit his queen, could get in trouble from that check because Mr. Savetsky has slow played his ace. And 1.2 million, half the pot. Mr. Savetsky's ace has improved in the sense of he's now got a queen kicker, so I don't see him going anywhere. Now I'm wondering whether Carmelo actually has ace queen here. Tis a possibility. There's nearly 5 million in the pot. It's already a decent pot. So certainly making a value bet. He thinks he's winning. Whether he is or not, we don't know. But he certainly thinks he's winning. It's a very strong bet, 3.5 million. It's the kind of bet that says he's got ace queen. Now, Mr. Savetsky in quite a difficult position with his ace-8. So it's a very tough call, this. And maybe the wrong call. He's folding. No. I wonder if we will find out what Carmelo had. Like I say, my money was on ace queen there. Carmelo has 6-4 on the small blind. This will show us what kind of player he is. Certainly playing very good poker so far. Slow to start with and then has built up. So maybe wanted to establish a table presence of a kind of solid conservative player. I think we'll see a raise here. Yep. Good play, king, queen. Small blind is just called, so let's put the pressure on. Quite right. So during the Polish Banco Championships, that, like I say, has started today as well. A couple of cash game offers. If you hit a royal flush, you get €500, a straight flush 300, and any four of a kind €100. So that's going to run throughout the week. And there's also some daily lotteries of 250, 150, and 100 cash game credits. So that will be some kind of lottery running through the week. Beginning of New Year, next year, there's a nice New Year special, a one-day event for €100 with a 50,000 guaranteed, followed by the Casino Masters that we previously spoke about. There's a warm-up on the 14th for €100 as well, 50,000. Then the main event starting on the 16th of March for 250,000 guaranteed for a buy-in of 170. And again, great value offered by the Banco Casino. So this time, same has happened to David that he did to someone else. So ace jack, push, quite right, against a dodgy king 2 offsuit. So he had done to him what he did to Carmelo. And both very good plays, the right plays on the big blind with those kind of hands. You've got a strong hand. The other player has shown weakness. Put him under pressure. A raise in late position with ace-9 offsuit. Down to the small blind, a big blind. Oh, wow. Immediate. I know we had the ace-10 folded earlier. Interesting. Powerball again, just not getting any hands. Very hard to know whether someone's playing well or poorly if they just never get any hands. I've got an early raise here with ace jack off suit. Carmelo must be cold. He's got a great big coat on now. Certainly not cold in the casino. No, just assume it's not going to be a hand and fold without looking, I would. Raphael, having lost a 10 million pot earlier, is going to have to find a way back into this tournament. Certainly showed very well in the early stages, made some great plays, but his aggression got the better of him against his neighbour from Macedonia. Carmelo has a decision to make. We can't see his hand quite yet, but we do see the chips. So it's an ace-jack suited this time. Looks like David is going to make some kind of stand. May well be a push with sixes. No, he's decided to peel. Demetrius, it's an interesting position. Could make a nice squeeze here, and he's got a good hand to do it with ace-10. Certainly an option. A lot of hands will have to fold to a push of 6.5 million. Wow. Well, we know it's the right fold, but there are different ways of playing that hand. So we've got ace-jack suited against sixes. The sixes is at risk, only has 5.6 million. Carmelo is our chip leader at the moment. It's not a bad flop for sixes. Whether he can recognise that, Carmelo may well check going on his previous plays. Yep. Check behind. This is a good card to represent, having raised pre-flop. Looking very suspiciously, Carmelo. I'd like to see a bet here. He hasn't hit anything yet. And that small bet took down a pot and increased his stack by another million. Now we'll see what Raphael does with a pair of twos. We spoke about the twos earlier. Yep, all in. Nothing wrong with that play. It's unlucky if either of the blinds have a premium hand, because it's the only way they're going to call. Like I said before, you've still got a pair. If you do get a call from an ace king or an ace queen, obviously if you get a call from a pair, you're in trouble. But it's a perfectly good play with twos on the button. This time David folds his king queen. He's in very early position, and that's probably the reason why. I wonder if we're going to see a shove here with twos. No, we are not. Okay. It's the first playable hand he's had, just about. Let's see a raise here with king 3 suited on the button. Yep, up to $1 million. I don't think Carmelo will do anything but fold. As an argument, some players, or some coaches and top poker players argue you should always raise on the button, whatever the hand you have, and others that you should be more conservative because you're more likely to be called when you raise on the button because people don't believe you. So there are different ways of looking at that one. I'm sure we'll see this one played. And he'll get maximum respect. It's the first hand he's raised. Phil, what are you thinking about? Queen 5 offsuit, yeah. So, Carmelo's picked up kings in the small blind. Now, how's he going to play it to get maximum value? We know that poor old Pavel has hardly played a hand, not been able to. He's asking how much. Looking at the small big blind, trying to get reads as to whether or not they've got playable hands. Some players look at their hands as soon as they get them, others wait, so they don't give any tells away. Certainly going to be a raise, but is he going to go all in here? Hoping that Pavel has a kind of ace king or ace queen or queens jacks, and we'll call him. We know he's got king jack and may well not call. But He's very frustrated, not been able to get in the game at all since we started this final table. So anything is possible. I think we're seeing a raise. What is Pavel going to do? Hard to peel a flop with his stack. I think it's either fold or all in. And the fold. Cards go in the muck. Very nice timing for Carmelo there. Picked up a nice uncontested pot of 1.5 million with virtually no risk and having a strong hand if he was called. So quite a few people have got the HendonMob sweatshirts. Look good quality. Quite nice design as well. So we're down to 6 players. Our next payout... No, sorry, we still got 7 players. He's just missing. So our next payout is €5,689. Probably going to raise here. Yep, $1 million with ace-4 suited. 7-handed, suited ace, even if it's a low one. It's actually quite a playable hand. As the numbers go down, as we get towards 3 or 4 players, for instance, the value of your hands increase. So suddenly King Jack suited becomes a pretty good hand when you've only got 3 or 4 players playing. So you have to adjust for the numbers of players on the table. And we'll see. Some people are very good at it. Others just don't know or don't realize or don't react quickly enough to the numbers of the table changing. Especially at a final table, which again, as a reminder, here we are, good. There's 35,000 up the top, 21 for second, 15 for third, 11, 9, 7, and just about 6,000. So we have lost 1 player so far from this final table. 7 to go. And then one will be crown champion with at least 25, 30,000, which should pay for a few ice creams. Okay. Solid play that. It's got ace-10, but he's in early position. He's out of position. Very hard to call if he raise and get re-raised. Doesn't stop one of our chip leaders, Mr. Zaveshki, with ace-5, raising. Small blind got a hand. Nope. And poor old Pavel, as we call him now, poor old Pavel, yet again has chips in the pot, but does not have a playable hand. And the raise, again in fairly early position with Queen Jack offsuit. Not a fan of this. See what Carmelo does with his eights. May well re-raise him. Certainly getting in a lot of thought on this final table. No one's making rash moves. They're just thinking through the options. And Carmelo's certainly been one of the better ones so far. It's just called there with the eights. Now we're going to run to the blinds. An interesting hand for Raphael. He's got a perfect amount to squeeze, so he could go all in. No, he's just deciding to call. Not sure I like, again, I don't like a call with a pair of threes. You really have to hit a three to have any chance of winning the pot. We don't want to see a three and an eight, and we see neither. So Mr. Zaveshki with the original raise has hit top pair. Threes have gone nowhere, so I didn't like the raise. Either fold or use your stack effectively. A push there probably gets both players to fold. Queen Jack certainly folding, and eights probably would fold. 75% of the time should be folding. So we did see a follow-through bet. Mr. Zaveshki with the jack. He's got top pair. He's been called by eights. Carmelo. 9 hits. Helped neither player, really. Check here. So Zaveshki has slowed down. And a king, which again, it's got to block a queen for the straight. But if it's check, obviously the jack will take it down. Nice little pot there. $4 million. These two chip leaders, seat 3 and seat 5, or seat 6 in the original layout, both at about 18, 19 million. Smiling to each other, recognizing that one of them is an alpha male on the table. Don't know much about Macedonia. Used to be a ancient civilization and quite a large, had quite a few other countries within its borders, but I think it's kind of linked to Greece, if I'm not mistaken. And then we got the old Roman Empire in seat 6. Another ace for Carmelo. This time, he doesn't like it. Very playable hand, Queen 9 suited. Yep, he's pushing with it. Hoping no one has a big hand behind him. 3 players to get through. anyone has any kind of hand they're calling here. That's an interesting one. What do you do here? Ace-3 suited. Power of the push. Got through there. Now we have two players on 10 big blinds, Raphael and poor old Pavel on seat 1. But Dimitrios and David are both at risk with 13 and 15 big blinds. And then we go up to our chip leaders. Pavel, 7-8 off suit in late position. No good, I'm afraid, my friend. Throw them away. Now we have Raphael, one of our short stacks, on the button, but no kind of hand to make a move with. So he won't know it, but Michael is ahead with this 4. May well bet it for information. Nope, decides to check. This may well check down all the way. Unless Mr. Zavesky hits a king on the end. Nope. Not letting any more cards come. Good play. Nice bet there. Thought he might well be ahead. The way the 2 is a very safe card. And he decided to make a bet with third pair. Nice play. Raise on the button with a pretty good hand. Jack-9 suited. But we're on to Carmelo with ace-queen. I see nothing but a re-raise here. Here it comes. lovely, big, strong re-raise. 4 million. Take those apples. I think Mr. Zaveshki will be folding here. Perfectly good play to raise with Jack-9 suited, but he's been re-raised by a strong player who's only shown good hands. So Jack-9 goes in the bin, my friend. Our Italian is hoovering up chips for fun. He's won most of the hands he's been in, only the ones he played too passively, king, queens, offsuits and that kind of hand, and ace-jack, ace-queen not re-raising when there was initial raise with ace-jack, that kind of thing. But then you could argue that he's just a solid conservative player, and that's holding him in very good stead at the moment. So nothing wrong with that. Ace-king suited. Finally, Pavel has a hand and raises it with ace-king suited. First proper hand he's had. I'm not counting the twos. Has anyone got any kind of hand to show some resistance? Carmelo. Oh, wow. Wow. We've got some big hands here. Carmelo has pushed with tens. David is going to do nothing, but he has to call here, surely. Has to call. It's got queens. And then Pavel is already all in with his ace-king. So this is a big, big pot. Going to be 18 million pot, biggest pot of the night so far. If David calls, as he should do, with queens. It's just unlucky that there's two all-ins. Doesn't mean he's losing. We know he isn't. Obviously, he's miles ahead of the tens and at risk to the ace-king suited. So it's a tough position to be in. There's no right or wrong here. So how do you feel? How do you feel? If Carmelo hadn't pushed, he would have snapped with his queens and then up to the poker gods. Very hard to fold queens. Three-way action. You can trouble up. Wow. Oh my goodness, he's folding. Folding queens. Well, I think Carmelo's going to be pleased about that. Doesn't really make any difference to Pavel because if he hits, well, it does. He would have troubled up. I think Carmelo's very grateful for that. Oh, and there's the queen. David would have hit a set of queens. It's not a great fold. It really isn't. You could say he's unlucky, but to be honest, he kind of should have called there. There's now two clubs to go with the ace-king suited. So any ace, any king. He's still got 30% equity and any club. Any ace, any king, any club. And it is a 10. Set of tens. So we lose Pavel, who, poor guy, has had one playable hand and would have come third. Would have lost to a set of tens and a set of queens. So we lose our 7th place payer, 5,689. Suze gives him his ticket to get his winnings. Well played, sir. Very, very unlucky. He just had no hands at all. And the one he had to go in for sure. And got look, would have been called in two spots by pairs, both of which hit. Pretty unlucky. Pretty unlucky. So we're now down to 6 players. Next payout is 7,209. You can buy a few steak dinners for that. All that means is the other short stacks like Raphael, Demetrios, a ladder, we call it moving up upper position on the ladder. So they now, instead of 5,689, the next one is 7,200. So they've all gained about 1,500 euros minimum. And the jumps start to get quite large now. The one after that is 2,200 difference. Similar on 4th to 5th, and then it really starts jumping as it normally does when you get to the latter ends of a tournament. Oh, we've got some Austrian German being spoken on the table. Thought it was English only, mainly because I can't understand it well enough. Keep to English, boys. Then I know what you're talking about. Do speak a bit of French and Italian, but my German's nix so good. My Austrian's even worse. He's had a very solid game, Michael, in seat 5, up to 14 million. Started on 11 million, so he's moved up. Carmelo's our biggest plus at the moment. And here we see an all-in from Dimitri with King 3. Now, will King 8 suited smell this out? Will he call? Oh, Raphael really is thinking about this. King, he doesn't know what a fantastic position he's in. And King 8 suited. He likes a suited high card. Is he going to take the risk? He doesn't. Well, we know he'd have been in great shape. But that's, again, the power of the push. That was small blind against big blind. If you're going to play the hand at this level with these two people's stacks, you really just have to push and, like I say, hope that the opposition doesn't wake up with a big hand. Blinds are now 250, 500, so we're getting towards the serious end of the tournament. There are those with 5, 6, 7 million, which means they've only got 10, 12 big blinds. Demetrios has been using his stack well. Whenever he's had a playable hand, or indeed a non-playable hand, he's shoved it in and hoped that he's not called in most instances. Carmelo now up to 25 million when he started with 11, so he's more than doubled since we started this final table. Played very well. And we have another shove. At some point he's going to get called. I don't think he minds this time. He will get called here. He's got ace queen. He's almost certain to be called by Raphael, who unluckily, unfortunately... Wow! Seriously, folds king queen. Folds king queen on the button to a push. That actually surprises me. That's a pretty premium hand. Now Michael is wanting a count with his a7 suited. Not a great hand to call with, but people push with all sorts. Last time Demetrios pushed, he had king 3 off suit. This time he's got a playable hand. Ace queen, a7 folds. I'm still quite surprised Raphael didn't call that with king queen. He'd have been unlucky, but doesn't mean that it's the right thing to fold. Ace-8, late position. I would think he's going to push here. Yep, all in for 5.5 million. I think he might get called by a6. Which he'd be quite happy about. Trouble is, he's got Carmelo behind him. Carmelo on the big blind with 500,000 in the pot. I think this is the first bad step he's made. Another ace. Ace-4 suited. Chip leader's folded. A lot of split possibilities here. The 8 and the 6 are quite close together. Obviously, if one of them hits, they're 6 or 8. That will be in much stronger position. Let's see what happens. He's saying, the 6 will come. That was in German. I translated that all by myself. That wasn't hard, actually. 6 will come. Well, hasn't come yet, matey. No gekommen. So the ace-8 still holding. If a 9 or queen pairs, it starts to increase the split possibility. And 8, so I think that's game over. So he's drawing dead now. So a nicely timed double up from Raphael there. Had he played that king-queen, would have been up against a bigger hand. Not that he knew that, but in hindsight, that was a very good fold. And he's now doubled up and back in the game with over 10 million chips. Couple of issues on the feed there. Don't know whether there's going to be any kind of oh, pretty boy Frenchman shaking hands there. It's an interesting call with ace 6. Doesn't play well in pretty well any circumstance. So what you're saying is, I think my ace is ahead of your push range, which, as we know, it wasn't. It's trying to see a pot here with 6-2 suited. And he is seeing one. There was no raise by David. He's got a gut shot. We don't know David's hand. Getting further away from the 6-2 suited. 3 diamonds now. Bigger straight draws. You can't see David's hand, but probably going to bet this. Looking like $1 million or so. 2.5 million in the pot. Give me a strong bet. That's 1.5 million. He's just decided to shove. There are 3 diamonds there. May well have a diamond. Two short stacks on the blinds here. Anyone take advantage of that? Chip leader on the button, or a lovely 5-6 suited. We like that. Like to see a raise here. $1 million or 1.2. It's got the chips. Plays well, 6-5 suited. Split the difference, 1.1 and a look. 1.1 and a look saying, come on then. What you got? Demetrius with Queen 10 offsuit. Does he make a stand here or not? It's only 600 to call. Yeah, calls with his queen 10, a perfectly reasonable call with that hand on a button raise. Like I said before, some people have hands on the button and others don't. So he's actually hit his 6. Probably follow through repping the king, but he has hit a 6. I think we'll see a bet here, and we'll see almost certainly a fold. With 7.7 million, he can't afford to float or can make a move with it, but has shown a couple of flair plays with the all in with the king 3 offsuit, but that's a different play to re-raising an original raiser who's also the chip leader. It's a much trickier play to get it through. Late position, king 4 suited. Carmelo has the chips, may well raise again. He certainly moved up a few gears since he won those chips and is playing very good aggressive poker. Raising with all sorts of hands, and the shorter stacks have to have premium hands to call. Here is that premium hand. I think we'll see a re-raise and a fold by Carmelo. Doesn't need to go mad, just a nice re-raise to 3 million, something like that. Wow, this is an interesting line. I love it. So he's decided just to call with the queens. He's looking to get a big pay out. He's hit up and down, but Carmelo has hit top pair with a king. This is very interesting. There's so many ways this hand could be played. I'm not a fan of calling with big hands. You can just pretty well can only get in trouble. You'd need to see 3 low cards to feel confident. He's now got an overcard, which has hit, but he does have the fortunate position of being up and down. It's also so connected that Carmelo's not particularly going to like this either. Yeah, check makes sense. And now the slow playing of the queens looks very clever indeed. I still don't like it, but he's now hit the jackpot with a Broadway. Is Carmelo going to bet at all? I think we'll see a bet from Raphael in the hope that he gets called. It won't be a big bet, 1.6, something like that. Oh, very small. Nice, very small value bet. He wants the call. Nice bet. May well get called by king here. Carmelo is smelling a rat. Raphael feeling very pleased with himself for slow playing his big hand and getting rewarded. As we know, had he raised, Carmelo probably would have folded. So arguably, he got maximum out of the line that he took there. However, if he doesn't hit his straight, Carmelo's king would have won. Kings. Ace-3 suited, late position. Nice raise by Carmelo. 10-9 suited may well make a play here. I could see a push or a fold. He's decided to fold. Probably get a call here with King 4 suited. I bet on a dangerous board, 3 clubs, but got that one through. I'll play Carmelo. He's just stacking and stacking and stacking. Losing the odd 1 or 2 million here or there, but it's increased from 11 million to some 25 million from the start of this final table. Interesting hand for David. No, he doesn't like it. Okay. I like 9-8 suited, but he's short stacked and has obviously decided that he can only really pay premium hands at this point in the tournament, which is totally understandable. Like I say, the next ladder is actually over 2 million. Sorry, over 2,000. Not too many premium hands out there. Unlike the earlier pot where we had ace king against queens and tens. The queens folded. That was David in seat 7. And they would have hit top set and he would have trebled up. But he folded under the pressure of Carmelo's shove when he had 19 million. We're back to small blind and big blind. Just a call with queen 8 offsuit. David's got 6s. May well shove here. That's most likely play, I think. Nice big smile when he goes all in. Carmelo knows he has to fold. I like that. And you play there with a decent hand like 6s. It's just shove. This time Carmelo, very playable. King Jack suited on the button. Certainly see a raise. He's been raising 1.1 million. So interesting to see if he moves away from that strategy. Now he has a better raising hand than his normal raises. And that raise gets through. No one had anything to come back at him with. I can't believe he's got so many clothes on. And I suppose the Italians are used to much better weather than we have at the moment. But it can't be that cold. We've got one guy in a t-shirt next to him and then 4 layers with a big scarf and a big winter coat. Looks like a 1.2 raise with a perfectly good ace 10. I don't think with Queen 7 he's going to get too out of order. May see a call here with Queen Jack. Don't think he'll raise. Yep, so call 1.2. 3.2 in the pot. Both hit this flop. Carmelo with 2 pairs, ace 10. And Raphael has hit the jack with a gut shot queen. Hit his last Broadway. Not really worth betting though, because pre-flop, I'm pretty sure Carmelo will be betting this, albeit a dangerous board. Got a big part of it. Just a small bet, 1 million. I like his bet sizing. It's very enticing to call, but also doesn't risk too much of his chips. He's still winning. So Raphael needs another jack or a king or a queen. In fact, queen be no good. So he needs a jack or a king to win this pot. But I think he needs to also call this bet. At 1.7, 1.8 million. Nicely sized bet again. Makes the draw quite hard to hit. Welcome back after that short break. Tournament Director Suze is making sure everyone's sorted. Here's our chip leader. Played very well, our Italian friend. On 29 million, 57 big blinds. And then we go down to the shorter stack, 16, 14 and 12 big blinds respectively. One of those players on seat 8, been very effective with his stack. He's shoved any hand he wants to play, and it's very hard to call without a premium hand. Okay, looks like it's shuffle up and deal time. We have a new dealer, who was our original dealer, back in the seat. Very good dealer. Played with him a few times. One of the, to be honest, there really isn't many bad dealers at Casino Banco Casino. Very good set of well-trained dealers run by a top-notch team. I wish we had that in London. In London, where I live and mainly play, nearly all the casinos are short of dealers because they're all in Bratislava. They've all gone home to Estonia and Czech Republic and Slovakia and all the neighbouring countries, Hungary, etc. And quite rightly, are not interested in working in the UK since our wonderful Brexit decision. I'm using wonderful in the sarcastic sense. It was a worst decision this country's ever made. But I would much prefer to still be within the European Union and not seen as outsiders within it. But poker is a very inclusive world, and none of us really see each other as outsiders. We just see each other as fellow players, and there's a good camaraderie amongst the different nationalities that you see represented at this final table. We now see two red stacks. The 500,000 chips. The 25,000 chips have now been replaced at the table, so we just have 500 and 100,000 chips. Blinds are 300, 600. So any short stack that wants to play is probably shoving. Raphael doubled up earlier and is now on 11 million, which is about 18 big blinds. Nothing silly here. Small blind. You haven't got a hand, just fold. Best way. Ace King would have got in trouble. Even if he calls, he's getting raised, and if he raises, he's getting re-raised. So, good lesson there. Don't muck about on a small blind without a proper hand. You just don't know what the big blind's got. Equally, don't muck about on the big blind. It's not worth it. Believe me, I've got in trouble doing that before. King 10 suited with David, very playable hand. He's only got 12 big blinds. I could see this going in. Yep. Is anyone going to wake up with a big hand behind him? Oh, Raphael's interested. Not sure he's looked yet. Carmelo, of course, can call with his stack, but he's got a potentially calling hand here. Doesn't know he's dominated, but good fold. It's very tempting to call with hands like King 8, sorry, 8-10 suited. Certainly a raising hand, but not the best hand to call with. And would have been dominated. Good hand here on the small blind, ace-9 suited. Almost certainly going to raise, and we'll have to call if the shorter stack David pushes. He only has, I think, 6 million. It's just making the decision for him. Oh, he has got a hand. We don't know what it is yet, but he's calling. So we have 2 hands, 1 at risk, all in. It looks like a pair of 7s, is it? Yep, pair of 7s against ace-9. So played a solid game so far, young David. He's the one at risk, though. Carmelo's done pretty well on these. Now we have 2 clubs and an ace. The ace doesn't really matter. It needs to hit a club to beat the 3 7s. No, and a nice double up from David with his pair of 7s. No one did anything wrong there. Ace-9 on a small blind. Ace-9 suited on a small blind is a pretty strong hand. They're not going to fold, so you might as well shove. And David woke up with a pair, and he is short stacked, so he's also going to gamble with that. Hit a set, which he needed to, because the ace came on the turn. And good double up, sir. Carmelo can afford it. No one likes losing, but if you're going to lose to a short stack. And not too bad. So blinds 300, 600. They've moved up from the break. 7-6 suited for Raphael. What's he going to do? He's deciding to take the more conservative option of folding, which is absolutely fair enough. He's got players behind him. Doesn't know what they're going to do. There's a raise with ace-8. Small blind folds. So we need a big hand from Demetrius. Ace-6 is probably gonna shove this. And he will. We had a similar hand earlier with ace-6 calling ace-8, and the ace-8 held. In fact, hit an 8. This is an interesting one. It's you've got an ace, you're short stacked. You've only got 10 big blinds, but there's been a raise in front of you. You peel one, safety first, or do you push? You may not get called by ace 8 if he pushes. It's a big part of half of Savetsky's stack. So a push may well work. I think the worst option is a call. Well, you're going to hit your ace, you don't know where you are. You hit your 6, you don't know where you are. Basically, you don't know where you are. So I'd like a fold or a shove here. We know the ace 8's ahead, but it does not mean he will call. It's a very tough call, ace 8. There we go. He's going to get a count, but I think it's 7 million, 5.7 million to call. He's really not getting value for ace 8. He's most likely to be beaten by most hands, even small pairs, mid pairs. Any ace really is likely to be beating ace 8 on a all-in push. I think we will see a fold. The right plays a fold. Whether he can work out that he's ahead, it's quite tricky to work out, to be honest. However, c8, Demetrius has shoved an awful lot of hands. And he did fold. That's the right fold. A nice play by Demetrius. He picked up pretty good pot there by making an aggressive play. I think we're going to see any going backwards with ace-jack here. All in. Certainly be going to think about the ace-4, but he's just won a big pot. I think he should be wise and fold this. Not going to be beating any to many hands. Yep. So up on our screen, you can see the Banco Series of Poker one-day event, 50,000 for 150 buy-in, coming up in December. This will be the last major event. Next week will be the last major event this year. The Polish Championships. 250k guaranteed. That started today, day 1A. Ace King suited is raised. Thinking about it with Queen 10 now. Since losing that hand, Camillo has dropped quite a few chips down to 21 million and 34 big blinds. So no one has a huge stack, comparatively speaking. 34 big blinds, only just over double fourth place. All in with Queen 2 suited. Well, Queen 10 dominating him, but very unlikely to call. 8 million is still a lot of chips. 12, 13 big blinds, but a lot of chips to call off your stack. Good example of late position short stack play there. Got a suited queen, not a great hand, but he's reasoning that you have to have a premium hand. There's only 6 players, so premium hands are a lot less likely with less hands dealt out. Queen 9 suited. I can certainly see a raise here. Nope. Early position, doesn't like it. Again, nothing wrong with that. King Queen, certainly see a raise here. Now, Jack 10 has called David. Jack 10 suited. Not a bad flop for Jack 10. But the original raiser. David's going to try and steal this pot. 4 million in it. Sizing up a small bet. King Queen does have the flush draw with the Queen of Diamonds. May well not go anywhere. No, just the call. He doesn't know it, but he's ahead anyway. And that queen is a pretty good card. If David tries another bluff here, I think that might be a mistake. He may need to give up the hand. Unless he's going to try and rep a 7 or a flush. I'll probably see a check behind, just in case. No real value in betting here, because if you get raised or called, you're getting raised or called by a better hand. He's got value hand here. He's got two pairs with the king. He's betting it. Okay. Be very careful betting that kind of board. Very dangerous board. And like I say, you can only get called or raised by a bigger hand. Could be slow playing the flush there. Could be slow playing a 7. Definitely going to call with a 7. Premium hand now. Kings raising to 1.5. 2.5x. Anyone got a hand they're going to resist with? David had one, but decided to fold. Very solid. I think ace-5 may well give it a go. King still well ahead. He's missed his ace. Hasn't really got out of order in this final tables, but been very unlucky early on. Lost a lot of chips by just rolling into bigger hands. Yeah, I think that's fair fold. We have all in with Queen Jack on the small blind. Has Raphael he's got a hand he could call with, Jack 10, but very good fold. He's dominated. Don't know whether Demetrius will show his hand, but no. he was so dominated there. He's got great instincts. He's made that fold earlier with the king queen up against, I think it was ace queen. It was just an amazing fold. It was on the button and had every reason to shove. I just folded it like that. Very quick fold. David in late position, making a play with Jack 8 suited. Has to know, though, that if Demetrius has a hand, which he does, and dominates him tremendously well, he may be up against an all-in. So just calling. Calling in position, give him that. King, queen suited. Interesting play here. That may well bring Jack 10 suited into the pot. He's already got some in the small blind. Definitely want to have a look here with Jack 10 suited. May even raise. He's done it before. Wow. It's a big change in how he's played the first few hours to the last few hours for sure. Can someone check his ID? Looks like his twin brother's playing. Ace 7 folds. We've got Jack 8 suited against King Queen suited. Jack 8's in quite bad shape, but he's hit his Jack. Of course. A pretty small bet. I don't think he's going to go anywhere with that bet. Interesting. Demetrius playing back at him. Now David's got to work out where he is. I like this hand. Very interesting hand. I think the graphics are wrong there. David hasn't gone all in, Demetrius has. And he folded his Jack. Very good poker, very good. Oh no, it was all in, I'm sorry. I thought Demetrius had gone all in. Didn't take any nonsense, basically. Got raised and went, okay, you're winning. Good luck to you. Shoved, bang. In fact, David is 13 million up from where he started, which is a fantastic return. And Carmelo also up, although he's down from the heady heights that he had earlier. Demetrius got himself in trouble there. King Queen suited, and he just flat called and allowed David to hit his Jack. He really should be re-raising with that kind of premium hand. What I said a few hours ago, when you get down to less players, like exactly now 6 players, hands like King Queen suited are premium. They are very good hands. And we have a shove, with king 3 suited. See? Premium hand. But it's probably going to get through. Yep. So Saveshki is coming back to near his starting stack. When we started this final table, he had 19 million. He's now on 17, 18. So he's dropped a lot in the first half of the tournament and now is back. David, who's really come good on this final table. It's been the biggest gain so far. Early on it was Raphael, who then got too aggressive and walked into a made hand. Good hand in late-ish position, mid position, king queen. He's going to raise for 1.5. Queen 4 certainly not calling. You can see a raise here. His feel is in the kind of upward swing at the moment, so he's playing his luck. Jack 10 suited is a very good hand anyway. And when, like I said, we're down to 6 players, so it plays much better than it might normally. What has Demetrius got? Ace 5 suited, equally. I mean, he's only got 5 million. He's under 10. Yeah, I think he has to push there. He's ahead at the moment. Pretty well. He's got to get a call. He's already put 1.5 million in. Only 3 million to call. So we've got Jack 10 suited, and at risk, Demetrios has the better hand of Ace 5 suited. Not a lot in it, though. Something like 55, 45. Demetrius has been all in more than any other player on the table by a long chalk. But then he was short stacked to start with. What a flop for Ace 5 suited. It's going to be hard to lose from here. He's got the nut flush and the top pair. I mean, he's runner diamonds or runner weird straight. It's going to be very unlucky to lose from here. I think that's just about sealed it. Nut flush against drawing dead. Come on, dealer. No need to spend too long on this one. Yeah. No drama to play out there by holding that last card. Just deal it and let's get on with it. Now a sorely needed double up for Demetrius to 10 million. In fact, he's now above Raphael and Michael, as we can see, but all quite close to that mark. And Mr. Savesky on 22 big blinds, with the other two well in front. One double up though. Got 12, 13 big blinds. You double up, you're on 25 big blinds. So all to play for. This could go anywhere. Who's your favourite? You can write in the Facebook or YouTube. Tell us who you think's going to win and why, or just in your own minds think who your favourite is. David raising with a pair on the button. Been very solid so far. Raphael in the last couple of hours since he lost half his stack. So Camillo now back to hitting cards. He had a very good run earlier. Lots of ace queens and king jacks and king queens. Got my favourite name, JJ. Got jacks in late position. This is where Raphael doesn't really want to pick up a good hand. Unfortunately, he's picked up tens, almost certainly shoving, and almost certainly being called. Well, 100% being called. Raphael been very solid, been waiting for a good hand, and unfortunately runs into a bigger hand. Needs the poker gods to smile on him. He's only got one live flush draw. Got straight draws, of course, but blocked by the jacks. And probably needs to hit a 10. Looks like he's getting his coat already. Oh! Here we have a full house. Now, jacks have only 2 cards in the deck to hit. Flush is no good, so literally 2 jacks, 15%. I'll go down to 5% if this isn't a jack. So it's now 5% to hit. Wow, Raphael, the poker gods are French. No one did anything wrong there. You have to shove with tens in that position, and you have to call with jacks. So, just the way of the way the cards fell. But it's a big pot, really. Like I said earlier, one double up, and bang, you're back in the game, big time. Maybe Raphael. This will allow Raphael to loosen up a bit on how he's been playing. Demetrios all in with ace 10. Small blind and button fold. And Michael folds 10-7 suited. Pretty hand, but dominated by the ace 10. So the small stacks have all doubled up. Looks like we're going to have a small break. Sue's laying down the law there. Players wanted a break. She said, "You've had lots of breaks," which is true. There have been quite a few breaks. David's got chirping chips now, so he's starting to open up conversations. Queen 8 suited. Now he'd been folding this kind of hand earlier, but now he has more chips, and we may get to see the more aggressive side of Raphael that we saw at the beginning of the tournament's final table. But he looks like he's run into a bigger hand. Can't see that hand yet, but ace king suited, yeah, against the same suit, Queen 8. Yeah, I think it's a good fold. That was an automatic all in as well, so obviously had a pretty good hand. Looks like we're going to get a break soon, maybe at the end of this level. I can't see a clock, so I don't know how this level has. So we're round to the blinds. King 8 offsuit. Both these players, when they've been on small and big blinds, have shoved when they've had hands they feel are big enough. I don't think we're going to get a shove from 7-3 offsuit. I'll have a look, see if he gets lucky. Well, it's a pretty good flop for 7-3. He's got gut shot 5. He's certainly going to be nearer than 2 high cards. If I was David, I think I'd put a bet out here. 1 million. He's risking it slightly with the jack, but okay, I think we're going to go into a break, guys. Don't know how long. I think Suze looks too happy about this. There's a tough young lady. Doesn't take any nonsense. I'm not sure that two of the players realise there's no break. Oh, he's back. Done the big blind as well. It's a good job he's back. Oh, they're all getting up. I guess it'll be after this hand. Okay, guys, we'll be back in 10, I guess. No, 5 minutes. And we're back from our short break. We have 6 players still left. Inappropriate conversation going on at the table. I don't know. Oh, excuse for the language there. Our next player out will receive €7,209. In many ways, most players are at risk now because the blinds are really quite high, 400, 800. So a raise takes you to about almost 2 million. And that's a large percentage of even the larger stacks. And we can see here that, one effective raise and you are adding 20-25% to your stack. So now you're going to have to box clever. Gets more difficult to work out where you are. Usually this favors the more aggressive player at this point in time. This is where you do need a change of gear and to make those moves with king queens and king jack suited, ace nine suited, that kind of hands that in a larger table and at a different point in the tournament you should be folding. These are ones you should be raising with now. Can the players adjust to where we're at this point in the tournament? And a big difference between 7,200 and 35,000, which is up top. So the risks are worth taking. Not with 4-3 offsuit though. So this is the kind of hand. Ace, yep. Shows an ace. I think he raised. It was hard to happen so quickly. I was on the big blind anyway. Now Carmelo's been the big loser in the last couple of hours, and he's down to about 10, 11 million, I think. And David is in the ascendancy. He was short stacked for most of the first 4 hours. It just shows you a few good pots and bang, you're up right up there. And he's folded very well, actually. Made some very good folds. And also, this young man has been around the 10, 12 big blinds most of the tournament. Making a small raise there. Representing a stronger hand than he has. So this is the kind of hand. Queen Jack offsuit. If Raphael is aware of where he is and where the tournament is, it's the kind of hand you really could shove with. Definitely thinking about it. Yeah, folds. Just didn't feel it. Didn't feel the rhythm. However, we're about to 100% get a call here. Or, sorry, a re-raise. Going to shove himself. And Demetrios is probably going to be thankful. Oh, wow. Very different line again. Don't like this line with ace-queen. Might pay off, but got a big hand, just play it. Now what's he do? Connected flushing board. He's got none of it. Demetrius got the maracas to bet his hand here. He's not really betting his hand, but he's betting his position. I made raise to start with, so representing a stronger hand than just a shove. 2 checks. He's got a gut shot draw. Ace Queen is still holding at the moment. Anyway, Dimitrios is going to win this hand is by betting it. He must know that. Yep. Doesn't mean he will, but that's the only way he can win it. Michael is not going anywhere quite yet. And the 8 has hit the gut shot. So Dimitrios has hit a magic gut shot. Certainly be betting it. Question is how much. Oh dear, he's in trouble. He is in trouble. I would think he's going to, well, obviously he's going to call, but should really be raising for value here. Michael hadn't played this hand strongly at all. Not been representing a 10. I think Michael did feel he was ahead there. He thought his ace queen was winning. In his mind, he was betting for value. Unfortunately, it's very hard to put someone on 8-3 suited in most hands, and his 8 spiked straight on the end. Now Michael is severely short-stacked. He has 7 big blinds, I think. And on the small blind now. I don't think we'll have much more than an hour's play to the max. The blinds are really quite punishing now. If you're going to play a hand, you're playing at least half your stack or all of it, depending on what happens. Big blind Carmelo there had 10-9 suited. It's a pretty good hand, 6-handed, but no one raised into him. I just took down an unraised pot. I think we'll see a few of those as well. Be a lot of checking, a lot of folding. You can hear the excitement of the rest of the casino in the background. Probably part of the Polish Poker Championship that started today. 250k guaranteed for only €100 buy-in. Savetsky is all in with King Jack suited, as you should be at this point in time, and takes the blinds down. Right, here in the HendonMob Championships, we have 6 players left. I actually played poker a couple of weeks ago with 2 of the original HendonMob members. That's Barney and Ross Boatman. The other two were Ram Vaswani and Joe Beavers. All four have been friends of mine for 20 years or so. Ross is now doing a lot more acting. He was an actor in his youth and started playing professional poker and has mainly gone back to acting. Barney Boatman, very, very good player, won bracelets in both Vegas and Europe. In fact, he final tabled the main event of the World Series of Poker Europe a couple of weeks ago. I think he finished 6th or 7th for 200,000 euros. And he won one of the PLOs that I played. I came third in one, and Barney won one. So it was nice to catch up with them at the EPT London a few weeks ago. I sometimes bump into Ram Vaswani at Tesco, which is one of our big supermarkets. But in fact, he's come back to play poker. He's been playing fairly regularly at the Grosvenor Casino in London, the Vic, which is kind of my home. So it's been nice to see them. And Joe Beavers and I were on the final table of the Irish Open Seniors a couple of years ago. And he's in and around. He's not playing poker so much nowadays. So here we've got a very interesting flop. We've got two people who have hit their ace. But David has slow played, really. His ace jack is certainly going to call. He's going to reel in our young Frenchman. And so unless Raphael hits his 6, he's now got a straight draw as well as a 6. So it's improved. The 7 has improved his hand. David, very good at slow playing these bigger hands. Knows where he is usually, and that's key in poker. The way he throws his chips in, like he just doesn't care. That's one of his tells, though, is when he's got a good hand, he kind of does a throwaway movement with the chips. And the 6 has hit the straight, so he has the nuts, and David is going to double up young Raphael. He's having a look, but I'm pretty sure he's going to call. All in. I'm not quite sure what he's waiting for. Does he really think he's got 6-8? What is he waiting for? Does he not know he's got the straight? What is going on? Unless our graphics are wrong, he's got the straight. David's already pushed. He's got second nuts. What is he waiting for? I have no idea what's going on, folks. Unless the graphics are wrong and he doesn't have a 6. Or he does not realise he's got a straight, which is possible. It's unlikely. Well. Do you really think he's beaten? There's only one hand that beats him. 6-8. Now, he didn't realise he had the 6. Yep, that's what I said. That he didn't realise he had the ace-6, which is why it took so long. He should have looked at his hand. That's poor play and probably poor etiquette by the young Frenchman. I know he's apologising, but if you don't realise what hand you've got when you're in a final table of a big event like this, I think you should maybe think about playing a different game. And poor old David was a bit dumbfounded by that one. And all the other players were wondering what the heck is going on here. Showing his naivety, maybe. To be honest, if he thought he had ace-5, he's got 2 pairs he's going to be calling. The other players are just laughing. Savetsky is like grinning away at the innocent young man. Let's put it that way. I like this move. Ace Jack, he looks like he's tilting, he's pushing with kind of any old hand, but in fact he's got a premium hand. And he might well get called, and he might well be ahead. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, my God. Raphael's now picked up aces. After that, he's picked up aces against Ace Jack. Right. Wow. This is incredible. Ace King. You can't have aces. Raphael, please. 3 aces already out. Have you got aces too? There are not 5 aces in the pack, my friend. He may well win this pot. It's a massive pot and send 2 people to the rail. But he has not covered himself in glory in terms of how to play this wonderful game. Well, Jack is up and down. Trying to work out who's got the ace jack. So David is up and down. But 7 for a split pot. Up and down. 7 might be a split pot. And the aces hold. And suddenly we are down to 4. So for those that aren't sure, David will have got 6th place because he had less chips than Dimitrios. So Dimitrios finishes 5th for 9,484. David, very unlucky there. Lost to a gut shot when Raphael didn't even know he had it. And Raphael is now, I think, fairly massive chip leader from 2 hands, from 0 to hero, just about. And we are down to 4 players. Yeah, not sure the losers want to fist pump you at this point, Raphael. I think you need a few lessons in poker etiquette, my young friend. I'll try and talk to you another time. But people that have just lost big pots and get knocked out of tournaments don't want to be fist pumped. And this time, we have 2 all-ins. So very easy call. We are losing them like flies. They are dropping like flies. So we have Queen 9 offsuit against Kings. 85% favourite, Mr. Savetsky, who, like I say, started this tournament as chip leader. And we may well be down to 3. Michael's played very well and was very unlucky to lose a couple of big pots earlier on. But he's played some good poker and should be pleased with the way he's played. Drawing very thin now. It's runner diamonds or 2 pairs, Queen 9. Now this card could be the end. Oh, he's got a diamond. He has more outs than he started with. He's started off 13, 15%, and he's now got to be about 30%, I think 20%. Any diamond, and that wasn't a diamond. And we say goodbye to our 4th place finisher, 11,769. Well played, sir. At some point, these players may want to discuss a deal. I'm not sure Raphael will know what to do. Seems very inexperienced. And I think Carmelo, who was our chip leader for most of this final day,
be average. It's my time, I'm the greatest. I live my life like I'm famous.
And here we are back with the final three players who are working out an ICM deal with Suze, our tournament director. The way ICM deals work is usually favours the shorter stack. So in this case, Carmelo will get more proportionally, but we can see that Raphael has considerable more chips, more than double, and nearly 5 times Carmelo. But that's not how ICM is worked out, because it kind of takes into account that the short stack one double up and the whole thing changes, and it is right to do that. So it's always in the shorter stacks favour. And what we'll be doing here is once they finalise the figures, there will also be additional amount for the winner. The casino always keeps a percentage back so that it gets played out for, and I'm sure that will be considerable. Just waiting to hear the figures. That's just finalising things. So while they're doing that, just a reminder, guys, we've got the day 1A already. Day 1A of the Polish Poker Championships. Only €100 buy-in for 250k guaranteed. Incredible value. I'll be commentating on that next Monday on the final table again. It's a 30-minute clock with 40,000 chips, which is a fantastic structure. A lot of play. And if you get knocked out, it's only another €100 to buy in again. We'll play the following day. There's a couple of flights on Wednesday and Thursday in Košice, one of the other Banco casino branches, but the main amount of runners will be here in Bratislava. There's also some cash game benefits if you play. One of the other wonderful things about Banco Casino, which I've certainly taken advantage of in the past, is if you play 6 hours of cash within a 24-hour period, you will earn a free night at the Crown Plaza, which is worth about €100 on any one day. So that's quite considerable, really, in terms of value. It's almost like getting rake back during a 6-hour period. You could play 3 or 4 hours in the day and then come back later, play a tournament, come back later for another 3 hours, and you've earned your hotel. So it's a very cost-effective way of playing. Casino is excellent at giving the players very good offers and deals, and above all, very high value tournaments. All these 250, 200k guarantees for relatively small amounts of buy-in are just fantastic. So just to put it in context, €100 buy-in for the Polish, 250k guaranteed. That's 2,500 runners just to break even. Okay, some of those people will rebuy, so more like, say, 2,000 runners. But it's fantastic. There's cash games all day and night as well. So that's one of the benefits you get. There's also get a rake back card, €20 for playing cash games, 3 hours in a day and an hour the next day. So that's another benefit there. There's also spin and win the Banco wheel. And you get, with the Banco card, you get a bonus up to 10% on the slot machines. So there's an awful lot of benefits that come through the Banco Casino. And there's some lovely people that work there, which is one of the other benefits. So I don't know. I think they've been given the figures and they're now just gone off screen to discuss whether to accept those figures or to adjust them a bit and agree a deal. So the reason players agree a deal is because you're looking at the difference between a next payout, which I'm just going to get in front of me. Next payout is 15,000, then 21,500 and 35. So the difference between coming third and first is €20,000. It's a huge difference, and it can rest on one hand. King 9 against Ace King, and the guy hits a 9, and bang, you've gone from 20 million chips to 2 million. So it can easily happen. So it is financially sensible to be making deals. And my guess is that 2 players will be around the 20,000 mark. One will be under, more like 18 or so, and one will be about 21, 22. And the other player who's the chip leader, Raphael, will be about 25, 26, and they will play for 6 or 7. So we'll wait to hear the precise figures, which should be in soon. And in January, we've got the Banco Casino Masters, which is a fantastic tournament. Again, great value, 250,000 guaranteed. 16th of January to the 23rd for a buy-in of only 170 euros. So that's been announced already. A couple of warm-ups in January, and then mid-January, a nice big 250k. And players will start to come back. This is our third place Carmelo at the moment. Played a very solid game all day. All evening. Raphael got very, very lucky the last 2 hands. If you remember, he knocked out 2 players with aces on the final hand. He had ace-6 and had made a straight against David's ace-queen. So the ace-queen was winning, and he hit a gut shot straight, but he didn't realize he hit a gut shot straight. He thought he had ace-5. Took a long time. Didn't look at his cards again, which is quite an amateur mistake. Always check your cards at least twice, 3 times. I check mine twice all the time before the flop. It's just a habit I've got into, and I will check them later because I once played a hand where I thought I had kings, and I actually had king 4. Bit of a mistake, but I looked at the same king twice and I didn't check it. So that was a big lesson learnt. Played the whole hand like I had kings, turned my hand over with a smile, only to see that I was losing with my king 4. So easy to make mistakes when you don't check your hand enough. Hopefully Raphael will learn from this, albeit he's going to be likely to take away the most from the ICM. He will take the most from the ICM deal, and of course it depends who wins the tournament as to the final winnings. So I think a deal is made. I will just check. Looks like we have a Italian-French negotiation going on. Our Macedonian player seems quite happy with whatever the recommended deal was. He's sat down ready to play, smile on his face. Same smile as when Raphael hit the straight and didn't know it. With all due respect, I've done deals where there are people that understand how deals work, and it's much easier to agree a deal. Sometimes young players just don't really understand. They don't understand how ICM works, and so they think they have so many chips. Why should they take what they see as a lot less? But it just doesn't work like that. If he doubles down against, let's say, against Elijah, then Elijah's the chip leader and he's second. So it can change in one hand. 3 hands ago, he was a short stack on the table and then doubled up twice, or trebled up almost. So now he has lots of chips and he's being a little bit right. We finally do have agreement. Just getting it through now. So the deal is that Carmelo, who had a lot less chips than anyone else, gets 18,922. So that's nearly second place money. Very good. 19,000. Elijah gets 21,500. So in many ways, you can see how that favors Carmelo. And Raphael gets 23,800. So you can also understand from his point of view why he feels a bit hard done by. But there is 7,000 more for the winner. So if Raphael wins it, he gets over 30,000, which is not far off first place anyway. If Elijah wins it, he gets 28,500. And of course, Carmelo can come back from the short stack now. He's only got 11 million. And he would end up with 25,000. So here we go, guys. Final three. I don't think it'll last that long. Raphael is on the button with a good hand, three-handed. Certainly be raising this. No, he's just called. What do I know? Certainly going to call with Jack 7 suited. Good opportunity for a squeeze if he has a good hand, Carmelo. Perfect amount to squeeze with. He's got an ace. Been fairly weak call, two weak calls really. I'd be shoving with an ace here. Yeah, very good. I like this play. Neither of these guys can call with their hands. Queen Jack and Jack 7. 10 million. It's too much when you've only got 800 in. They're both going to fold, and they should do. Yep, great play. Well done. See, bang. Suddenly he's 2 million more. He's added 20% to his stack. Elijah, Queen 10 on the button, again with 3 players only. This is a raising hand. Can Carmelo pick up another shoving hand? Nope. And Raphael, this is well worth calling. King 2 suited, yep, like this. All depends on the flop now. But Elijah's in position with his Queen 10. That does favour him. It's a very good hand for Queen 10 because if the Jack hits, he's got the upper straight. Should be betting this. May well get it through. He's hoping he hits his straight and slow playing it a bit. Can certainly represent the ace now. He raised pre-flop. Plus he's got the up and down. Unless Raphael wants to get funky. No, not getting out of order. I'd like to see a bet here. Well done, sir. Yep, gets it through. That's the right time to bet. He's repping the ace, representing the ace, but he has the backup of the up and down if he gets called. If he gets raised, of course, he may have to fold. But Raphael didn't look that interested in that and didn't re-raise pre-flop. So unlikely to have the ace. These are all the kind of things you need to think through when you're playing heads up. You know, what do they put me on? What do I put them on? What do they think I put them on? Lots of levels of thinking, which is the fantastic part of poker. Very easy game to play and a very, very hard game to master. I feel I learn every time I play. Certainly learn a lot commentating because you get to see how others play and give your views on it. Maybe right, maybe wrong, some of them. But I think it's a good way of learning as well. We had a great event here a couple of months ago called The Festival. A fantastic week of mixed games full of weird and wonderful variants of poker, and also think tournaments of blackjack and Chinese poker and roulette. Very interesting week. And that's going to be in England, my country, in February the 13th to the 19th at dusk till dawn, which is a great casino in Nottingham in the middle of England. I've got my train tickets booked already. There are satellites all over the place, all around Europe, and as well as things like Party Poker and Unibet available in the UK. A lot of chance of people to come to Britain for a great week's poker, and you might even be lucky and get some Omaha lessons from me. I run a couple of master classes for those that are interested in kind of learning to adapt their Hold'em skills and knowledge to Omaha. Had a few sessions here in Bratislava and they went very well. In fact, one of my students came fifth in her first ever Omaha tournament, which was very gratifying. I didn't. I came about 100th. But she did well. There's been no major action yet. Three-handed, couple of stabs, couple of small raises. We've not had the kind of big showdown type hand that will happen at some point and may well determine the winner of this tournament. Who, don't forget, we'll get another €7,000, plus they all get €170 buy-in to the January Masters, the Banco Masters tournament, 250k guaranteed. So they also have guaranteed seat in that, so it's very good. Excellent. 2 or 3 days work. Well, 3 days. Oh, guaranteed €19,000 plus. I'll be very happy with that. I'd be smiling as well. Big hand for Raphael. Three-handed, ace-king, offsuit. Certainly going to raise. Doesn't necessarily want to raise too much here because he's giving away the strength of his hand. Yeah. When you have less people at the table, it's an interesting tactic, good strategy probably, to play your big hands a little less aggressively because you want to be catching someone that hits flops or hits part of a flop and feels that they may be good. If you raise too much with your big hands, you're never going to get called and never get paid off them. So you have to adjust your strategy when you're kind of heads up or three-handed like we are. Raphael probably overplayed that a bit. This is interesting in that this is also a raising hand. But how much will he raise? No, he's just called. Okay. Curiouser and curiouser. But that does fit in with the strategy of so playing your bigger hands. He's now brought the small blind in with a much inferior hand of Queen Jack. I would think we'll see a fold here. He's not going to push against two players. No, sorry, he's on the big blind, so just to check. Doesn't want to hit a queen. And the king, which was the best hand pre-flop, is now the best hand on the flop. No one really has a draw. Is he going to slow play it though? Small bet. I like the small bet. but no one has anything, so it shows the relative monster compared to Queen Jack and Queen 4. Looks like we have an all-in and a call. So the ace-7 suited by Carmelo pushed 8 million, which is only 10 big blinds, and has been looked up by Raphael with King Jack, as he should do, really. Needs to hit a King or Jack, but he has been very lucky in the last hour or so. He's hit his ace, so Raphael drawing very thin. And like I mentioned before, short stack doubles up and the game changes. Raphael calling for runner spades when it wasn't possible. Again, showing some naivety at this final table. Carmelo getting a bit frustrated with him. I think Carmelo, I don't know him or much about him, but he's obviously played a fair bit and understands how the dynamic of a final table at this point. In fact, Carmelo has won 250,000 euros in tournament winnings, so obviously does know what he's doing. Fairly recently, August 2021 in Rosvadov, he came third in a 600 euro buy-in for 17,000 euros. Had a few smaller wins, a few smaller cashes. His cashes go back to 2010. So obviously played a lot, been around, shown very good skills and been a classy player. So he's obviously a bit frustrated when young Raphael has been a little out of order. Not too bad, but just young, I think. We've got ace 5 here, raise on the button. All quite small considered raises, 1.8. Don't think we're going to see too much action here. So I've looked up Raphael on HendonMob and I can't find him at all. So it may well be his first tournament cash, and that's fantastic for him. First major cash of 22,000 euros plus if he wins it. So very exciting times for a young player. We got another raise here, but I can't see Carmelo going anywhere with ace jack. Elijah Zavesky has also played an awful lot and has won 633,000 euros. So very good record. He's actually first in the North Macedonia all-time list. Now he's under it a bit. Got ace 4. He's been re-raised by Carmelo, and we'll just fold it. So yeah, he lives in Austria now, but has a very strong record. In fact, back in October, he won a bracelet at the World Series of Poker for the 1350 buy-in. He won 255,000. So a lot of his 633 was that one. He came second in a Poker Stars live event in Thessalonica for 30,000. So very respectable cashes, and this will be another one to add to it. So Raphael is against two experienced players with decent records. I think we're going to see another, certainly be a raise. Ace 10 on the buttons, pretty strong three-handed. That's an interesting hand. 8-6 suited. I'd like to see a call here and see where you are. It's a very good hand if it hits. Also, you're pretty certain that your opposition has two overcards. That's not really the flop you want, though. I think we'll see Carmelo doing follow-up bet of about 2 million. Although he's played quite conservatively. He now has more. He's now in second place. So just 1.2, yep. Nice. And I think we'll see a fold. He needs to see another club, preferably the 7 of clubs. Give him an up and down and club draw. Wow. I think he's raising. Very interesting play, this. I like this. He's not come here to come third. Now Carmelo has to work out, is he doing it because he thinks I'm weak? He only has a gut shot, but his ace may be winning. But a queen and jack is definitely in Savetsky's range, having called the initial flop. Wow. This is a meta game. We could see a re-raise I love this. This is proper poker if he does it. This is what the fans want to see. Oh, the chips have gone back. I think we're just going to see a call, are we? No, we're going to see a re-raise. Wow, he's hit his gut shot. If Elijah has a stab at this, has he got a diamond as well? He's got a diamond as well. I favour checking this. I know he's hit it. If he checks it, it just shows so much weakness. It gives Elijah a chance to hang himself. This is a fantasy. Yes, well, lovely play. I love this. Elijah hasn't hit, but he did rep a hand earlier, and the only way he can win the pot is by making a play at it. Is he going to go mad? There's 11 million in the pot. He's got 12 million behind. Certainly going to make a bet. It's a sizable bet. 4 million more. He's trying to say, I have it. And he's going to get a bit of a shock. What do I do with my straight? I don't think there's any doubt what you do, my friend. You don't need to raise, but you're definitely cool. Wow, if you fold this... Just said, I know you're not bluffing. He is bluffing. It's a complete air bluff. And even if he had two pairs like Queen Jack, or it's unlikely to have Jack Queen 5, possibly Jack 5 suited or something, but it's unlikely. Very hard to have the full house here. He's convincing himself he's behind. Even if he thinks he's behind, you still have to call. 4.5 million, huge pot, and you've got them. Oh no, please don't fold. If he folds, Elijah should get a medal. Or go on to win this tournament. Carmelo's trying very hard to get a read. Lovely smile. Great call, and he's going to be surprised to see it was a complete bluff. Well done. So he is now more than doubled up and is pretty close to Raphael. So I think there's again a lesson for Raphael there. It's easy when you're down to the last 2 or 3 to win some big pots, because all the pots, if there are 2 players in it, are going to be big. And you go from 0 to hero. It would be good to see what the stack sizes are at the moment, but from what I can see, I think Elijah's on about 6.5 million, so that makes him 8-9 big blinds. And Carmelo very close behind Raphael. There was 75 million chips to start with. So I'm guessing roughly 40-35. I know he's got 6 and a bit, but roughly. In fact, I think we just heard he has 27, and then we have 6 there, 33, so that makes 42,000 for Raphael. It's not a good flop for either of them. What Raphael won't know is his jack's winning. Nice play. What do you have? Nothing. Oh, I'll bet then. And he takes down the pot. I think Raphael needs to learn not to tell people what he's got if that's what he has, which was nothing. Except his nothing was actually winning. Jack was out kicking the 10. I don't think Raphael can talk about bad luck with the unknown straight and then immediately followed by aces against 2 very good hands, Ace Jack and Ace King. I mean, at that point, no one's folding relative short stacks, folding Ace Jack or Ace King. They just woke up with aces. Those are the moments that win or lose poker tournaments. You can play fantastically well for 3 days and then just run into someone with Ace King who happens to have aces, and you are toast. A very lucky double up there, but again, Raphael must realise that when you have such high blinds and relative short stacks, that the short stacks have to double up and have to take risks, and if they get lucky, bang, they double up, and that starts to even out the field a fair bit. Got pretty unlucky there with nines and against a6, and it was a 6 that played. This time he's got 7s. I expect a raise, maybe even a shove. Just may decide to. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, ace-9. Wow. Does he call this for half his stack? So he's called with ace-9 against 7s. The 7's at risk. Elijah is at risk. But if he wins this, he's in prime position to win the tournament. It's half of Raphael's stack. He didn't need to call with ace-9. And he's flipping for half his stack without much information. I mean, it's a strong hand, three-handed. So it's no criticism to call at all, but he doesn't have to. My point is he's risking 15 million, and it may or may not win. He doesn't hit at the moment. Still needs to hit an ace or a 9. %15 outs, my friend. He said, I have outs. You have 6 outs. And that is not one of them. So the 7s of Elijah double through. Carmelo has doubled through. Elijah's doubled through. The two more experienced players on the table have doubled through. And Raphael, the chip leader, who was complaining about the deal before, is now very much in third place. There is a lesson there, my friend. It is one I pointed out earlier, but I would say a complete turnaround of the chip stacks. Now it's Raphael's turn to be the shorter stack, who may double back up. Who knows? Not with 9-5 offsuit, though. The blinds have gone up to 500k, 1 million, with a million in the ante. Big blind plays the ante. Nowadays, that's pretty well standard worldwide. Oh, he's got the big one. Got aces. Now this is the interesting one. Is you don't want to play this too strong. Such a big hand. When you're short, it's quite a big race. Carmelo needs to have a good hand to be interested. That's why I don't like it too much of a race. Didn't really race to 3 million, but instead of 3x raise, where most have been 2.2. Is he going to have a look with his two suited cards. Is he gonna? No, he's not. Good experience there, not showing the aces. Doesn't need to be giving away information if he does. The amount he raised linked to his hand. Carmelo was certainly cool, this Queen 7. The computer hand, meant to be the kind of average poker hand, median hand. Raphael has a pretty awful starting hand. I'm just finding something funny out there. Carmelo has hit his queen and will probably have, I was going to say have a bet. I'm going to see a 10 come down. Small bit on the end. Gets an immediate fold from Raphael. Raise here with, excuse me, a6. Raphael has pushed with king 7. Three-handed and ace is very strong. It's 10 million to call of his stack. He has 25. He'll still be in relatively good shape. Be fairly even, actually. Everyone. If he calls and loses. Not sure he will call, but trying to get information. Carmelo analysing the position perfectly well. I know I'm better than him, but he could get lucky. He got talked into calling. Not sure quite why Raphael wanted him to call with king 7. Jack 2 is a pretty bad flop for king 7 suited. Very strong pair for the ace. Just increases chances of the ace playing 2 diamonds now. This is a real sweat. Any diamond, any king, any 7. So quite a few outs, 13 outs. It's got 30% equity. That's a very, very good. Oh, and he's hit his runner diamonds. They're all saying how lucky Raphael is when it comes to all in and showdown. That's probably true. I think he's definitely come on the right side of those kind of hands. So now we have Elijah as chip leader, Raphael in second place, and there we go, 35 million, 27. They're not far behind now, and 15 million for the unlucky Italian Mr. Romeo. One of his wife's called Juliet. Interesting. Might not be married. Good looking Italian man. Big catch. That's a lovely hand. King Queen suited on the button. Definitely see a raise. Probably do 2.5, 3. I think he said all in. What he doesn't want to do is be snapped. No, neither have got hands. We've got raise on the button with King 10 off suit. Has Raphael got a hand to defend? He got the same hand. Interesting. Is he going to re-raise, or is he going to shove, or is he just going to call and see a flop? All 3 options definitely available. I think he's going to raise. No, maybe not. Just a call. Raphael is repping that he's hit 1.8, and it's a good bet really, because he can get away from it with only 1.8, and he took away the initiative from the player in position. So I like that. It's a nice bet. And now another big hand. Raphael's certainly getting the better hands down to the last 3. It's quite a big raise. He's overplaying his big hands. his inexperience is showing, although he does get lucky with these runners and rivers that keep smacking him in the face. Sometimes he doesn't even know he's got it. So, but that's all part of learning the game. He's still very young, very inexperienced. I think he just was talking there about playing €10 tournaments in Marrakesh. Ace 5. Now, how is Elijah going to play a pair? He's going to look to set mine, just going to call. And neither are going to get many more chips in because my Italian friend has aces. He doesn't want to go too big here. He wants to bring them in. There's no point pushing because no one's going to call you. Oh, I like this. This is lovely. He's checked his big hand. This is what I talked about earlier, that when you're 2 or 3 players, you've got to play your big hands in a very different way to get maximum value. He's so unlucky. It's so unlucky because he's going to get it in, and Elijah's hit a set. The ace 5 is betting. Elijah will probably just call this. No value in him raising. Oh, he's going to get in trouble. Very nice raise because he's going to. Our Italian friend will definitely be pushing here with his 10 million. And Rafael will have to fold. And he'll be drawing to 1 ace. I think we are about to see our 3rd place finisher. Cannot see any other play than raising all in here. It's a very dry board. Doesn't really hit many hands. Elijah's just very lucky he's hit his set. This is all play acting. He knows he's going to push. There we are. There's the push. No, I didn't. I apologise. He just called. That's actually quite a good card for the aces, really. Got there in a roundabout way, but he's drawing to 1 ace in the pack. And that is not it. We have our 3rd place finisher, who already took 18,500 on the deal. He will not take any more, but played a very good final table. Certainly one of the stronger players on it. Well played, sir. We are left with David against Goliath. The experience against the inexperience. Looks like their chip stacks are fairly even. Might be a quick break while they chip up the 100s. We'll see what they do. We're going to go into a quick break, guys, while they do the chip organizing. Now we're back from a chip count, and the trophy has been placed in the middle. Very nice trophy. There's a good logo there. I'm sure both these players will be keen on taking that trophy home to Austria and I guess France. I don't really know where young Raphael is from, but I'm guessing France. Fairly even in chips, although I think our more experienced player is actually ahead. But as soon as we get two biggish hands clashing, all the chips will be in, and one will win. And they will also win an additional €7,000 on top of the 21.5 and the 23.5 that they've already agreed to. Yep, 44 million plays 32. Both got still a reasonable amount of blinds, so there's no need to panic in this heads up. Interesting to see whether either of them adopts any particular heads-up strategy. Got a gut shot, may not fold for one bet. And the way he's been running, he's probably going to hit the gut shot. Let's see that four. Oh, no, it's usually the river, isn't it? Oh, okay, sorry, the turn. He's very, very lucky player. He's hit quite a few gut shots. Nicely played. And now we will see a bet. There's a made straight on board. And he's got the absolute nuts. Cannot have a better hand than the 6-7. He may well get a call if he looks like he's at it. That's interesting. You know, a big bet here. Could work. Kind of 10 million. An over bet to the pot. He's doing it as well. It's a massive bet, not just a big bet. Oh, it's almost too big, that, though. 20 million? No, it's more. I think he has to realise that 15 million, but yeah, that he's got the 6. Probably doesn't realise he's got the 6-7. Again, I think a naive bet there. I quite like the over bet, but not that much. There's just no way you can call without the 6 there. So maybe gets paid with a stab at, say, 4 million into 5 million, just looking like you're trying to steal it. Might have been a better option. You want the call, that's the key. You'll see a lot more flat calling here, even with bigger hands, than the 10-8 offsuit. The 10's hit. Talking to the rail. If I win this, please can you take it for me? Heard it all before. I've got a small raise with the Queen 10. Are we going to see a defense with the Queen 3? Be in bad shape if he does. Are we going to see one of his funky moves? I think we are. I think we're going to see a raise. He does like a raise. He's playing big pot poker. How much is he counting out? He's making a right mess of that. He lost his bottle in the end. He was looking to make a bigger raise and then just knocked all his chips over. On a technical point here that no chips crossed the line. There was no forward movement. So it wasn't a call. I think he wishes it was a call if he knew his hand.
I don't bet, but I took the chips. Tricky situation. You want a medium?
Elijah's wrong here. Although he's an experienced player, he's got that one wrong. There was no action or forward movement or chips over the line even. He just played with his chips and knocked them down, basically. Just calling here with the ace-6 suited. Neither of them have hit this flop. But Raphael felt his ace was ahead, and it was. So good bet, good small little pot there. This is like a chess match. Each player and they're just sizing each other up, all playing quite within their means, except when Raphael hit that monster straight. Didn't maximize value from it though. It's a nice hand to be raising with. You need to be consistent in heads up. I think it's more effective. Very good hand to call with as well. This could be quite a big pot, because they're either hitting each other's cards or they're helping. So following through. Can't see Raphael folding at this point. Let's hit the second pair. May improve. He's looking to raise as well. Wants to find out where he is. Test whether... No, he's just calling. Lots of Hollywood going on here. Is Elijah going to close down or have a second bullet? He's a strong player. He's repping the ace. He didn't get raised, so he's going, well, you haven't got the ace either, so I'm going to represent it. I did think this was going to be a fairly sizable pot. What will Raphael do here? Is he going to fight back? Does he think his jack is winning? We'll soon find out. Very strong bet. 4 million into 8, so that's half the pot. Did raise pre-flop, of course. Very good. Nice strong poker there. It's taken down the pot. And there we saw experience triumphing over inexperience there with strong poker.
Nice for the half.
He's very excited to be heads up here at the HendonMob Championship in Casino Banco in Bratislava.
No. No. No, no. Look.
I think we got one card glued against another.
No, that's man. I have aces. The Moroccan one. But it's like broken. Hmm? But I don't know. The card is. Wait, today, tonight we tonight we wait. We can learn some new stuff. What's happened in situation you have like the card is like tearing apart. Yeah, but maybe you know this card.
Maybe you know this card. I don't think so. His inexperience is actually quite charming. He's funny.
It never happened to me. On heads up for 7K.
They're waiting for a new deck. The reason that card's fit, these are special cards. They're RFID cards. So they have chips in them so that the computer can read what they are. So they are not as thin as normal cards. They are a bit thicker.
When I
And
see my card,
Yeah, it's not a miss, sir.
okay, I can still play the hand.
You can still play the hand without the cards. No. No. Passive action changed like a long time ago. You still have normal action.
Let's see your flop. It's mine. Look. 6. Yeah, that's fine. Ah, you have a flush flop. It's not. I don't make on the purpose.
Yeah, of course, I understand. It's okay. It happens. Nothing happens.
Shit happens.
Yeah.
Man, I call.
so the reason the cards was split there is they have small chips inside that get read by the table, the RFID, so that we can see what hands they have on the half-hour delay.
Stop drugs.
They're special cards, very expensive. I think they're about €100 a pack. So don't want to be replaced that often. They're not your €5 packs.
That's good. Ah, she knows. She knows I do drugs. She do as well.
It's a good hand to be raising with. A bit of a speech as well. Auto cool. Okay, 5-2 suited. If it hits, it's good. It has not hit. Just checks. Nice at 2 pairs now. Raphael keeps getting hands and keeps hitting. Very hard to play against someone who runs good like that. It almost doesn't matter what you do, you kind of run into trouble.
For me today. This can be long. We did the deal 3-way. It's mandatory. Thanks. Thank Gigi. Yeah, really. The fuck?
So flashing up on our screen is another tournament that's been set in March. Another 250,000 guaranteed, this time for a slightly higher buy-in of €250. So they're coming thick and fast, these 250k guaranteed tournaments. January, March, probably be one in February at some point. Just not announced yet. We'll see a bet and a fold here. Half the pot maybe. No, just the 10's enough. Just the 1 mil does it. Third of the pot takes it down.
You want a beer? You want one? Okay. It's free.
Raphael, again, inexperienced here. If he's raising with his big hands, he probably should be raising with his small hands. As it was, we have a small pair. It's not going anywhere. Heads up.
Some fucking stupid best stuff of the most stupid poker player ever. It would be a shame for my mother.
Raised to 2 million with King 8 suited. Will we have any defense? Jack 6. Probably will call and take a flop. Well, he has been folding a lot earlier. Well, this is unexpected. It's got some very interesting moves. Called with King 8 suited on the button. This could be an interesting pot. Raphael has represented a big hand. Will probably, only way he can win this is to follow through. So maybe 10 million. Very brave player. Give him that. Well, okay. He checked. Probably the only way either of these players are going to win the pot is by betting or hitting one of their cards. If a 5 comes, the 6 will be a bigger straight. We'll have another lucky river for Raphael. I'm surprised after the big raise, Raphael didn't follow through, because if you're going to make a raise with Jack 6 offsuit, you're not doing it to hit, you're doing it to make a play. And so you have to follow through. Your story has to remain consistent. If there's an ace on the flop, you got to bet it, and if you get re-raised, you may have to fold. But he hasn't followed through with his story. I like the initial move. And we're now seeing something. Okay. Very brave player. Give him that. I do like this. It's a lovely play. Now, are we going to get a hero call with King High? What's he putting him on? No, we're not. And the bluff is shown. The arrogance of youth. Wants to show what a great player he is. It's not always the best way of winning a tournament, though. At this point, certainly winning the pots, though. Making very positive statements.
Thank you. How to say in your country? In Japan you say like this?
This time he's just flat called with the ace queen. Definitely varying his play and creating a lot of unknowns. There's a flush draw to the 7 there. I don't think Elijah's going to go away for one bet. Ace is winning at the moment, but he's got kind of low medium flush draw, which is now a hit. Let's just be checking this. Yep. Going to see a value bet of about. No, we're not. Good work there. Not giving any information until the hand was turned over. A lot of mistakes get made in poker when you don't follow the rules. Someone shows the hand, they haven't necessarily checked or folded or whatever, and our hands get mucked. They both hit. Raphael has hit top pair. And Elijah is up and down. And Raphael's 5 is holding. He's gradually chipping away and taking a significant lead in the heads up. He's won most of the pots that they've played, found a way, some very interesting betting patterns and different strategies being applied. You don't quite know what he's going to do next, which is can be very good play. Very hard for the other player to know what he's up to. We've got King Jack suited on the button. I'm sure we'll see a raise here. Problem here is he'll raise this, and it just is so clear to Elijah that he's got a good hand. Has he pushed? No, he's just called. Two hearts on board, 2 hearts in his hand. Definitely going to bet this, although he's kind of repping the ace with the original raise. I don't think Jack 10 will get involved. Well played, young man. He's winning all these pots.
Like the trophy? Oh, do you find the trophy? For you, does it look nice? Like? You have some trophy.
This is one of Elijah's hands he likes to play. The 3-4 suited. This kind of low connectors, suited connectors.
Yeah, it's too big.
We're going to see a raise here with a 7-3 offsuit. Doesn't like folding these low suited connectors. Certainly one of his leaks, because he hasn't won many hands, if any, with them. Let's see if this one will be different. It will not. As worst flop as possible, 3 red cards and nothing to do with the 4-3. Not that Raphael has any kind of hand, but he raised pre-flop. He's going to be repping a bigger hand, much bigger hand than he has. Wow. A bet by this firm won it. Fantastic. Great play. Won a big pot there. Lots of posturing with his chips. Goes to grab a big stack, plays with them, puts them back, and then flag calls. Oh, is he going to slow play this? He is not. I think he saw. Is he going to get out of line here? He is not. Good discipline. Thought we might see a re-raise. Good discipline. Again, different ways of playing those aces. Raising with them in the hope that your opposition has a good hand and will call or re-raise. Or just checking behind and hoping your upper doesn't hit a kind of set they would normally be in for. There we are, heads up, playing for 7,000 more. Another big hand. He's got aces last hand, ace queen suited this hand. It's consistently raising, which is good. This is what we want to see. Needs to be also raising with the smaller hands. Are we going to get a car crash at some point? Queen 5, probably not. I need to see a kind of ace king against queen jack suited, that kind of hand. I think it'll get in.
It's in my jacket. Probably.
This time it's Raphael's turn to have the big hand. He's got the queens. Is he going to play it cute or is he going to overplay it? He hasn't raised many hands, and the only hands he's raised, he's had big hands. So he's not being terribly subtle. Mind you, he has raised with pretty poor hands as well. So that may well be in his favour. Nope.
I can check that.
Well, I don't care. Maybe the format goes.
I will put it on.
Frenzy focus.
You see who have money, who doesn't have.
Doesn't have case.
Yeah, that's what I mean. What I mean.
Here we have one of Elijah's favourite hands that he likes. Except he's not raising with it, he's just calling. This is where I favour the raise along with his big hands. Got a gut shot to the 5. Gonna bet this. Raphael has hit the bottom pair. May well call. Doesn't really know where he is though. Every time I think he's gonna call, he raises. It's very good play. He's very aggressive, and his timing is pretty well been spot on. Even though he hasn't had the hands, pretty well every time he's raised, his opposition has not been able to call, which means the raise is a very well timed raise. Very impressed by his play, not necessarily by his behaviour, but definitely by his play. It's a very, very difficult to know where you are if you're his opposition. Very difficult to know if he has it or is bluffing, and that's a great part of poker to make your opposition not know where they are. Very difficult player to play against. Wow, both hit. Jack 4 has smashed it. Shouldn't bet too much. 2 million may well get called. Let's hit the 2. And now Raphael, if he plays this properly, can reel him in. Raphael pretty certain he's ahead. Very strong bet. It's an over bet. Yep, slightly more than the pot. He's drawing to a 5. He thinks he's drawing to a 2 or a 3, but sensible fold. Very hard to play against an aggressive unknown, but also one who's hitting so many flops. He's hit at least twice as many flops as Elijah when they've been heads up. I haven't measured them all, but definitely another one of his low-suited connectors. A little raise, maybe. Just the call. Elijah's hit bottom pair. Probably be betting it. All to see where he was. And he was winning it.
You can play .com or where you live in Portugal? You said that you can play .com? Like Joker Stars. Oh yeah, so you don't play .com.
Decent raising hand, Queen 10 offsuit on the button. Elected just to call. Take a flop against King 3. Both have hit. Top pair for Raphael. Bottom pair for Elijah. I think we'll see another bet come in. 8.6 last turn. He bet more than the pot. What's he going to do here? I would not want to predict what Raphael does because I get it wrong most of the time. I think most of us would get it wrong. Very hard to pin down. Another very big bet, 6.5 million. 3/4 of the pot. Elijah's waiting to kind of pick up 2 pairs when Raphael is doing these strong pot-sized bets. But he hasn't hit much yet. Flat call on the button. With King 7, he's playing Queen 9. Again, much. This is just like who's going to hit the flop. Neither, but King 7 is definitely ahead. Up and down with the backdoor spades. Needs to have a bet. No, just checking. Maybe slow playing. It's a lovely card. Now I've got the nut flush and the up and down. Definitely betting now. Come on, 2 million. You almost hope that your opposition's got an ace here because 2.4 folds. You almost want him to have the ace to get maximum value, but he did not. Blinds are now 600, K 1.2. And the blinds pretty big compared to their stack sizes. And both hit their 7, but Raphael has the bigger kicker. Still has the bigger kicker. But they're both playing very conservatively. And this heads up at the moment. Raphael has seen that it might be a time to have a small bet. Probably get called by that. That's a bad card. For Elijah. Elijah's hit his 2 pairs with a king kicker, but Raphael has the ace kicker, and the chances are if he bets. I don't know what that meant. Did that mean 6 million? It did. Just putting his fingers in the air. Yeah. Got the bad news. He was out-kicked. Very well paid. Picks up quite a big pot there. Very good bet on the end. He's playing some very, very good poker. He started this final table by playing the best poker of the lot of them in the first 2 hours. Some fantastic aggressive plays with very little in terms of cards. He obviously doesn't worry too much about the cards, but when he has them and when he hits and is ahead, he's getting very good value. So of the two of them, he's definitely played the better poker heads up, and may well deserve to win this tournament, adding another 7k to the 23 he already has banked. And Elijah would be in second place for 23,000. He's going to feel under pressure with the smaller stack. Got Ace King, who's going to certainly do a raise. No, just calling. He's hoping his opponent hangs himself. If you raise, you're going to get shoved on. It's going to be bad timing if he plays. No, good. He's holding himself in. It's not a good flop for either of them. Connected middle board, and neither have got any of it. Gut shot for Raphael to the Queen. Now, this fan said is King. Raphael's just drawing to the Jack for a straight. Elijah picks up a small pot. You can see there that Raphael is almost double, or more than double actually, both in chips and big blinds. So could take one big hand for it all to be over, or two clashing big hands more likely. Blinds are now 8-16, so the raises will be moving up as well. Well, very good hand with queens. I think all in on a call. This could be over unless he spikes a king. Only chance of winning this pot. His chips are at risk. Smiling to himself, what could I do? Well, probably not raise for king six offsuit. But there you go. Just give yourself a chance. King queen, king jack. No king on the flop, and there is an ace. Had a raise with ace king or ace queen, he'd be ahead. Oh, instead of king, so he needs a king or a six to survive. Otherwise, we have our winner of the HendonMob Championship. Nope, it is all over. I don't think counting's worth it. Big double up there. Plays for King 10 and snap. Oh, it's on the big blind anyway. 2-3.
I win this hand. I stop.
Didn't take a degree in psychology to work out that Elijah had won that hand with 3-2 offsuit that hit nothing. This time we have another big hand by... Wow, queens against kings. This really could be all over. This is a fantastic hand. I think we're going to see a raise and probably an all-in. He doesn't like it, Raphael, but he's got a massive hand heads up. It's just so unlucky to come up against kings. All-in and call.
No way.
Yeah, way. Wow, he's going to need a lot of luck to get out of this one. What a final table. He's played very, very well. And for all the luck he's had, this may be balanced by this particular hand. So if this holds, we will have our Macedonian winner. Good so far. 2 queens in the pack. 8-9%. Hit an awful lot of rivers though. Oh, I thought it was a queen. And now down to 5%. 2 queens. That's it. Otherwise, we will announce that Elijah, and we have a winner. Elijah Saveshki has beaten a very strong young French player. Very interesting. Doesn't have a problem now carrying the big trophy. Well played, everyone. Very good final table. Some cracking poker played. Don't forget, we're going straight into the Polish Championship. Already started today. €100 buy-in for a 250 guaranteed. Incredible value. From all of us here at the HendonMob Championships, there's that lovely trophy. Very experienced player came through in the end.